We're recording now.
Great. All right, we're going to call to order our budget workshop. And if we could get started with roll call. I will start with you as I see you on my screen. Gavin?
Here.
Gavin Nightingale. Amy Patillo?
Here.
Wendy Hundley?
Here.
Sarah Hudson?
Here.
We also have City Secretary Ashley Wayman, City Administrator Amber Lewis, and our City Attorney Charlie Zeck on with us. And we have our final council member, Buck Shapiro, will be joining us a few minutes late when he wraps up with, baseball. So good to know we have some Americana left or coming back, I suppose. Okay, so let's call up item 2 and kick right into this budget workshop and discussion regarding the proposed budget, tax rates, and exceptional items. Gavin, I'm going to give the floor to you, sir, and let you get this rocking and rolling for us.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. If everyone, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to the proper place here on our website. Okay, I'm on the electronic version of our 2020-2021 budget, and we're going to go, it's under tab number 1. The third bullet is budget workbook, 9/16/2020 City Council meeting. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay. Open that up. You can skip, or if you want to just review, page 1 is the tax rates overview, which we covered at our last budget work session. Page number 2 is the revenue and funds available worksheet, which we also covered in some detail at our last budget work session. We'll come back to talk about these more in just a few minutes. The next item is an updated version of the exceptional items decision document, which we worked our way through at our last meeting. If you'll recall, we withdrew 4 items from consideration. Oh, well, we didn't withdraw them. We postponed them to tonight. And that included a decision on COLAs, a decision on the administrative retention initiative that Amber is heading up. It also included a delay of a decision over the police retention initiative and a delay on the decision regarding the reserve officer pay program. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Before we do that, at the request and due to the discussion that we had last time, page number 4 gives you some overview of the retention schedules, or the retention initiatives rather, and the COLA overview. Those first 3 columns, or the first 2 columns, will give you what the current salaries are, what proposed increase is covered in the retention, whichever retention program that those employees are a part of. The third column gives you the total with the increase based on the retention, and then the next 3 columns are with the COLA only, and the last 4 columns are with both a retention and a COLA. We'll go back, we'll talk more about these in a few minutes as we make some of these decisions, and we can go into some detail. Page number 5 is the exceptional item and tax rate recap. And let's spend a moment here, because this is really what our decisions this evening will come down to. I've made some notes here. Let me pull that. Actually, is Abel on with us, Amber?
Yes.
Abel, why don't you just give us a brief explanation? Members, we'll come back to this sheet. This is really kind of where we're going to make our decisions from here in a bit. But Abel, if you would just kind of roll through with us what you've prepared for us on this exceptional item and tax rate recap. And if you would just go line by line and explain what that line is and how it relates to one of the 4 columns on the right.
Okay. The first line is your additional M&O revenue raised by, and I listed the 4 tax rates that council can consider. First one is voter approval. Second one is illegal no new revenue. The third is the state no new revenue, and the last one is the 8% de minimis. That the amounts there on that particular line represent how much revenue or additional revenue, I should say, that these tax rates generate. The next line, which is estimated available cash balance, was I took our cash balances at the end of July, I believe, and I looked at projections for how much we were going to spend for the last 2 months of the year. And then I considered the 25% reserve that council has as a policy. The remainder was the $477,000. And so if you add those 2 lines together, that gives you your total available funds. The next line is the tentatively approved exception items that council looked at last time, and they totaled $323,309. So I subtracted that from the available funds and gave you what the remaining balance is for each one of those tax rates. The next line is both retentions and reserve officer pay exception items. That's your Amber's retention proposal, the police retention proposal, and the reserve officer pay exception items. Those 3 items equal $132,000. I subtracted that from the previous balance, and that gives you what's left for those particular tax rates. I listed below that the cost of the 1% COLA, 2% COLA, 3% COLA, and the numbers to the right of those negative numbers represents what would be left over. As an example, on voter approval, if you take the 2% COLA, the $25,507, subtract it from the $100,322, that gives you a remaining balance of $74,815, and the same going across the board for each of those tax rates. And that's to give council, if you what's available, if you adopt the exception items and whichever COLA council decides to go with.
Thank you. And then I'll just fill in that the last line there that you see is the additional month of reserves of 208. And that was the exceptional item that I withdrew from consideration last time, that we decided to put on the back burner, but readdress in this coming, next year. I'll come back to that in a little bit though, because if we make some decisions this evening, I think there's an opportunity for us to maybe chip away at a little bit of that still. So what I want to do now that we've gone over that with Abel, well, while we're still on this page number 5, let me just give a refresher to you, because it was helpful to me to go ahead and write the actual tax rates down above each one of these items. If you can see, this is how I share my oh, there, I'm going the wrong way.
There you go.
So I'm going to give you these numbers up here. So going across the amount of the tax rate that we're talking about when we're looking at the voter approval rate, that's that first VA column, that actual rate is 0.2369. 0.2369. The next column, which is the legal no new revenue rate, that is 0.2328. The next column, which is the state no new revenue rate, is 0.2059. And the final column, the 8% de minimis, is 0.24223. you want to write those down, that may be helpful to you as we go forward.
Gavin?
Just to kind of, yes.
That means we just, we're not even looking at the de minimis rate of the 2.79 at all?
It would,
We already decided we're not going there, right?
right, because
Right.
that would trigger,
Okay,
because it's above our 8%, it would trigger a petition election or a
because
vote.
once we put in the debt, then we go past the 8%? Is that right?
No, it's just a calculation of, because small cities get a $500,000, they get a free $500,000. They can raise up to $500,000 without triggering a petition election, with the one caveat that super small cities like us, they can't raise that 500,000 and go above an 8% increase in their tax rate. And so in that de minimis column, if we were to go to that full de minimis rate, it would force us to go past the 8% increase on our revenue cap, which would trigger the petition election. And so that's the reason.
Thank
That
you.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, go back to page number 3. And this is the exceptional items decision document. Again, we outlined those 4 items that we left outstanding at the last meeting. I'll make a couple of points before we get started on these items. One is just to keep in mind, and we'll talk more about this at the end, but I just wanted to kind of lay it out. Yes, Amy?
Oh, can I clarify before we move off 5? Can we use the reserves that we're keeping? If we found ourselves using up all of our cash balance, since we're not keeping a reserve of cash balance per se, like the city has done in prior years, we're putting all of our cash balance into potentially what could be reused. Do we have then the reserves available if for some reason we reach a cash flow issue during the year?
Yes, when I calculated that 477,000, whatever it was, I backed out the 3-month reserve. So that's not part of that number.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that if for some reason we have, because
Yeah.
we do have a large amount of cash that we're contributing to this year's budget that we wouldn't have potentially in years after this, to be able to supplement exceptional items. I just wanted to make sure that we would also have that reserve if we have cash flow that's low.
Yes, ma'am. I consider it a 3-month reserve.
Great, thank you.
And that's a good question, Amy. And as we get to the a little further in this dialogue too, I think we'll actually, although we're spending down with the available cash balance, I think we can make some decisions tonight to while still spending down, we can actually get a little bit closer to our 4-month reserve goal. We won't get all the way there, depending on some of our decisions tonight, but we'll talk through that in just a second. But I think that's a good point. So the one thing that I wanted to mention is Amber did work with RCDC and with our legal counsel to look at the potential exceptional items that we have already tentatively approved, but that could possibly fall under the RCDC budget. Those 3 items are exceptional item 100-10-1, which is the comprehensive plan exceptional item. The next one is the 100-10-2, which is the MOPAC legal contingency fund, which we also tentatively approved. And the last one is the park improvements exceptional item 100-55-3. The park improvements has already been Amber, I'll let you speak to that, but basically RCDC has already agreed to that. Is that correct?
Preliminarily, yes. So we will have to bring it through the project approval process, but they've given a green light to go through that process.
Thanks. And the other 2 were in legal review, and so we didn't have a chance to get those to RCDC, but they're now through legal review, and we can also seek that funding from RCDC. That I'm just telling you that because we're not going to move them out of the existing budget, as we've already approve them, and we still have to go through we have to jump through the rest of the hoops to be able to use RCDC funds for these. But I'm telling you this to let you know that when all the dust settles, some months from now, and if RCDC does take those on as projects, then it would free up about another $100,000 that would go to cash reserves in our budget. So we'll talk more about that in a minute, but I wanted to let you know that we did do that research. Okay, the first item that I would like to pull up, this is the order that I'm going to bring these exceptional items up in, and I'll tell you the reason. So we're first going to talk about the Police Retention Initiative, which is exceptional item 100-40-1. The next one we'll talk about is the Reserve Officer Pay, which is exceptional item 100-40-4. The third one that we'll talk about is the Administrative Retention Initiative Plan that Amber's been working on. That is exceptional item AF-2. And then the final exceptional item that we'll take up will be the decision on the COLA. The reason I'm doing them in that order is because at your request, Abel and Amber did go back and look at these various retention initiatives, both of the retention initiatives, and currently both the Police Retention Initiative and the City Retention Initiative, or the Admin City Retention Initiative, both of those are calculated in these numbers that you're looking at on this exceptional decision document. They are both on top of either the 2% COLA or the 3% COLA. I know that was a discussion that we had, and we didn't have a clear answer to that last time. They are included in those COLA numbers. Depending, however, though, on your decisions that you make on the retention programs, it would be my intention that if we adopt those two retention programs, that I will make a final motion on the COLAs that do not include either PD or any salaried employees that are part of the Administrative Retention Initiative, to peel those out of the COLA. If, however, when we vote on the two the retention initiative programs, if either of those fail or we decide not to do them, then my intention would be to leave them rolled into the either one of the two COLAs that we might adopt. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Gavin, I wonder if you have actual hard numbers that you might be willing under each scenario to discuss, so folks know bottom line.
They are, yes, I do.
Okay.
We took a look at that this afternoon, actually, with Abel. They're somewhat ballpark numbers, but they're right in the ballpark, so I can tell you what that would be. And I'll just go ahead and cover that. So I'm talking right now about, well, there are two important points. One is if both of the retention initiative programs were to be adopted by us this evening, there would only be 5 employees left not covered under one of those two programs. And so as we looked at it, I came full circle to, I think, where either Amy or Wendy maybe Wendy had gotten to at the last meeting, which was that it might be more appropriate to do the 3% if not very many of them are included in the overall. And so the bottom line is, if we were to adopt either one of the two or both of the retention initiatives, the 3%, the 2% COLA would, the cost would drop by $8,000 or $9,000 if we had adopted the Police Retention Initiative, and it would drop by another, Abel, you have to help me out. I don't think we did the math on the 2%. Probably another, what, 4?
About 16,000, I think, I believe.
Yeah, 16,000 total, probably on the 2% COLA. If we adopted both of the retention programs, the 3% COLA, if we adopted the PD proposal, the 3% COLA would drop by about 15,000 to 17,000. If we adopted the admin proposal, it would drop by an additional by about an additional 15,000. So the total all-in cost for the 3% COLA, if we adopted the other two initiatives, would be an all-in cost of roughly $8,000. So that's where I kind of came full circle. You know, I think to be able to do the two retention initiatives, and then for the remaining staff that aren't included in either one of those retention programs, to do a 3% for them at the cost of around $8,000 seems kind of like the best of all worlds to me. I think it would. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but that's where we're about to go with these decisions. But in my mind, that gives us the opportunity to get a little bit more in line with market rates with some of our leadership staff and some of our PD, while also not forgetting some of those other individuals who may not be in PD or in leadership staff. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, and that kind of gives you an idea of the numbers. So with that as the precursor, I'm going to go ahead and call up exceptional item 100-40-1. This is the police retention initiative for $54,835, and open it up for discussion. I know we had pulled all four of these items last time because I know members wanted to have a chance to talk about it with Amber. I know she sent the email, so I assume everyone has had a chance to get with her and hash out any issues. And then we've done the extra homework that that I've just gone through with you. So I'll open the floor and let me know what you think.
Chief Brady's here if we have any questions, but I had a chance to meet with him and understand the retention initiative. And I will just say, based on my experience having spoken with officers about our pay structure, that unanimously and by far this was a structure that is accepted in most police departments, what is expected and what gives most officers the ability to plan for their career to stay somewhere. So I'm highly supportive of this option. If you want my thumbs up on it.
Okay. Anyone else? Don't all speak at once. All right.
If
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Amy.
I was just going to recommend, we worked hard to make sure that our PD was where our community expected and wanted it to be. I think it's doing the right thing to make sure they continue to have the tools to maintain the PD that Chief Brady has built, and that I'm sure we're all very proud of at this point.
Sounds good. Well,
I was going to say I'm sorry. I was going to say I'm supportive of the police retention increases as well.
Okay. I think oh well, it's just us, so we're at critical mass. I forgot about the here. So, okay. Well, with that then, unless someone says otherwise, I'll take that as unanimous approval to go ahead and approve the exceptional item 100-40-1 police retention initiative. Okay, the next thing I'll call up is exceptional item 100-40-4. This is the reserve officer pay. Amber, why don't you or the chief can give us a refresher on this.
Chief, do you want to update the council on this item?
Yeah, absolutely. So last year we had designed or modified our reserve officer program to try and attract and retain reserve officers by offering pay. The pays were basically the salaries were funded through savings from the large number of vacancies we experienced last year. But as we move forward, it's my responsibility to ensure that if suffer shortages again, or if we're living in a world now where we have a coronavirus issue, which could take out some of our force. We have an unknown situation going forward with Austin. They're cutting $150 million from their budget, 150 officers. They're cutting. It's a third of their budget. How that may or may not impact us is sort of yet to manifest itself. But I think we'd be wise to ensure that we have some sort of plan if we need to bolster our officers. I think our citizens expect that, and this is a way to ensure that we can continue to attract and maintain reserves if we need to plug them in either for vacancies or to add additional staff if needed.
Thank you, Chief. I'll just start off by saying I'm not wild about this item, but I appreciate the planning that it allows for. It allows for the chief to do over the course of the year, and I think it's a great argument. We have had some shortages, and being in a pandemic, that could certainly happen again. I guess where I am is, this this item came into the budget in some difficult days for the PD when we were short and did not have the personnel that we needed. And this was a great alternative to be able to fully run the department when we were so short-staffed. So I'm fine with voting for it and would support it, and will make the motion to do so. But I just want to be on the record that if we don't need to spend these dollars over the course of the next year, it is not going to hurt my feelings. And so I'm happy to put it in the budget and plan for it accordingly. But I'm very pleased with the job you've done, Chief, to get us up and get the force to the level it needs to be. But if we can do without these funds, even though they are available, and if they're needed, you should use them. But if we can do it without that would be super.
Understood. Thank you.
Anyone else want to jump in?
I appreciate the chief for continuing to look at ways to make sure that we have tools in place that can assist him in reacting to whatever may happen especially in our small community, where we need to be able to react quickly sometimes, and he has a pretty tight budget to work with in a smaller staff of officers overall. I appreciate that.
Yes.
I also agree with it. I think we saw last year that having reserve officers who are unpaid come in were really depending on them wanting to satisfy some hours, but it doesn't necessarily benefit them. And I think that they came through for us, but having the ability to pay the reserve officers when we need to would keep us out of getting in that situation again. So I appreciate that our chief has thought ahead and budgeted for it so that we have a contingency plan. That's really important. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good deal. Sarah? Good.
I'm good with it. I think we need to have officers available when we need them, and relying on volunteers is not the best approach.
Okay. Well then, hearing no objections, I'm going to consider this exceptional item 100-40-4, reserve officer pay, tentatively approved. And with that, we will move on to item number 3, which is back up under the all funds exceptional items. And I'll pull up all funds AF-2 exceptional item. This is the administrative retention initiative for $46,800. Again, this is the project that Amber has been working on to do some salary bumps to get some of our leadership staff and more appropriate, market appropriate ranges. Also doing, part of this is also adjusting some of the job descriptions and job titles. I think we've talked about it at length in some of the other meetings. We pulled it down, as part of this group of things that we pulled down so that we could do a little bit more research and make sure and figure out if they were included or not included in the COLAs. We had that discussion a minute ago. So I'll open it up to discussion. I'm supportive of this, just as we were for the police department. I think it's the right thing to do, and I think we've got some really good staff now, and it would be good to help get them into the right range and try to keep them as long as we can.
Gavin, I really appreciate you saying that. I know Amber has worked really hard putting this team together. We found some really high class talent that's able to deliver. I would argue above and beyond what was even expected. So keeping this team together is definitely going to benefit the city in the long term.
I will just add one other thing. I mentioned it earlier, but I did want you to know, I did visit with staff this afternoon and let them know that my intention would be that if you adopted both of the retention initiative proposals, that my intention would be to then offer the 3% COLA, but not on top of either of the two retention proposals. And they were very magnanimous about it and understood that there is, in fairness, and we discussed it, Amber and I discussed it, there is an argument to be made for them to be on top of one another. And it is a valid argument. But in the interest of trying to keep a trim budget, and it's not to say that we would always do it this way in the future, but for tonight, for this decision, that would be my intention, and that if we adopt this, that we'll move on to what I would lay out would be the 3% COLA, not to include the individuals that are in either of the other two initiatives.
Kevin,
Yes.
the council at our last meeting talked about possibly doing a hybrid option where we did 2% for the people who receive the bonuses and then 3% for the employees that are not getting the retention initiative. And so I know, and I understand the intention going in this of wanting to have a trim budget, and I want that as well. I do think, though, that it's a small amount of money between, if you look at all of the things that we budget for, $14,000 is the difference between 2% and 3% for all staff. Taking away, I don't see what all the calculations are for taking away the 2% for the staff that are getting the bonuses. But if it's meant to be an incentive to keep those employees, that 2% that I'm looking at here in the worksheet that Amber put together, where it has the salary and the retention with COLAs, I mean, I think it's still worth some consideration and talk amongst the council of whether or not we want to have that hybrid option available. I may not have the votes for us to do it, but I'm in favor of looking at a hybrid option for the employees, because we're going an extra effort to show these employees that we want to keep them and retain them, and that is a raise. a COLA is a cost of living increase. And so those things in my mind are separate things. And I'm looking at also some of the level increases in the police department are not very big. And so if we're taking away the COLA and we're giving the pay raises or the incentive initiative in the police department, it almost negates the raise. So I'd love to have a, more robust discussion about whether or not we wanted to have no COLA for those employees or have a 2% hybrid option, 3%, or kind of what the council feels about that.
Yeah, no, and the arguments you make are the valid arguments that I mentioned. So it's not that I'm disagreeing with you wholeheartedly. I guess my point with the retention initiatives is that most of them will be surpassing, and many of them well surpassing what they would get with any of the COLA options.
Most of them are still under the average salary. If you look at the salary surveys, we're catching them up with what we should be paying them according to industry standards by bumping them up, but we're not even there yet with most of the employees. We're catching up. So again, it's I guess you can look at it a lot of different ways. We're going in the right direction. I just hope that we consider that the COLA for the cost of living in this area is really well warranted and deserved. And then us bringing up the salary into ranges that are more in line with industry standards is also something that we need to work on. And those are just two separate issues in my mind. But I'm, of course, a member of a 5-member council, so I'm willing to accept what the council thinks as well.
So I think I was the one who proposed the hybrid last time, despite the fact that in previous years, I have been the one person who has just said, I don't want there to be performance evaluations. If we're giving an amount, everybody just needs to get the same amount. I did mention last time, what if we gave, because it sounded like perhaps Gavin and Buck were leaning towards a 2% and others were leaning towards a 3%. I may have read that wrong, but that's what I was hearing. And so I kind of proposed a hybrid. And so my hybrid was giving a 2% to those who are getting some sort of retention or incentive and giving a 3% to those who are not. I suppose I hadn't really thought about it this way, but an alternative to that would be giving everybody a 3% COLA on top of, as to their current salary and hourly rate from last year, and then adding incentives on top of that. That would just be another thought I would have if we're kind of thinking about the reality of what we're spending, and there's a less of an inclination to go for the full retention plus COLA would be to add the COLAs and then add retention.
Yeah. And I do apologize. In my mind, I think what I thought I was describing, and I now realize it's not. I thought I was basically going with the hybrid that y'all are talking about, but I realized that I'm not. So, Sarah?
Well, I was going to say, on the retention for the administrative people, I guess I have a little concern about the salary averages that are shown for Ashley and for Carrie, because I don't think in those two cases the industry average, if you want to call it that is shown is really reflective of their position. They both have 1 year of experience in the position that they're in. And, Ashley has doing a great job, but Ashley has 1 year of experience as a city secretary, and the salary average that's shown is for assistant city administrator. So that's not, to me, comparable. And in Carrie's position, the average that's shown is for a planning director, and she's doesn't have the education or experience to be a planning director. Learning a lot and doing a good job, but I don't think that's really indicative of the position that she's at either. So I guess I'm thinking that the retention increases for those two are more than what we can justify based on the salary data that we have to compare that with.
Also good points. And all of this discussion that we've been having is why I felt like I was bringing a compromise tonight to satisfy everyone. And, you know, I don't think there was a lot of dialogue that was had between the last meeting and now. So if somebody wants to make a motion, make a motion. I've told you what my intent is.
Can we clarify the information that Sarah just gave about the survey average? That's for a city administrator, not a city secretary?
Would love to. Ashley's title is proposed to move to assistant city administrator, and so that's why I used that. She would have that level of responsibility. Even though she's only got 1 year experience as a city secretary, she's making high level responsible decisions, and she needs to be compensated for that. Same with Carrie, even though she's got 1 year of experience in her position, she does do the job of a planning director. Just because it's just her, she's still making those responsible decisions and reviewing plans. And I disagree. I think she does have the education. She has her undergrad in, I think it's it's government or something like that from TCU. So I do think she's qualified, and I think the new titles and the compensation is appropriate.
I will say, you know, we all interact a lot with Ashley. I think her work speaks for herself. In terms of Carrie, I will say I talked to a resident just last week who has spent a lot of time with our former building official and has now spent a lot of time with Carrie. And I will just say that he told me that the experience is a stark difference to the positive.
I have had the same feedback.
I have as well. My other question is, I know that Carrie is working on getting her certified arborist licensing. Last time we talked, she's almost done with that. So I was trying to look and see what the average pay is for a licensed arborist, because that's a service that she's now going to be able to potentially provide in-house instead of the city having to pay for that. And I think that while I can appreciate that 1 year of service is less than maybe 3 or 5, finding average salaries, I don't know if there's an alternative average salary that would reflect the expertise that she's going to bring, and then also the reality of the amount of work that she had to do to transition our existing previous system into something that can be done in-house. I'm not sure that, I will say that I spent 3 days sitting at City Hall trying to create flowcharts from our city code to see if I could help with getting my permit now going. And I can tell you that the challenge that she had in front of her to actually learn our code and get it implemented, it was huge. And I am someone who reads a lot of complex information and flowcharts it for a living. So are we making motions to approve?
I think what I'd like to do, let's knock out AF-2, which is the retention initiative, because that's an up or down decision, and we can then move to the COLAs and have a broader discussion about hybrid, not hybrid, 2 or 3 or none or 1 or whatever. But I don't think that discussion is discussion is only dependent on an up or down on the retention initiative, because there's nothing that we've talked about that would alter the amount of the retention initiative. So I would ask for a thumbs up or thumbs down from each of you on the retention initiative. I'm giving it a thumbs up. Buck, you missed a little bit, but you good with the retention and the admin retention initiative? Can't speak. I see you talking, but I can't hear you.
You're still muted, Buck.
Which exhibit is this?
This is page 3 of the budget workbook, which is the third bullet down under tab 1. And we're going back over the 4 remaining exceptional items that we delayed a decision on at the last work session. We've already adopted the police retention initiative. We've already adopted the reserve officer pay program, and we have now moved to AF-2, which is the administrative retention initiative.
All right.
So Wendy, you were a yes. Amy, you were a yes. Sarah, you were a
Abstain.
abstain. I'm a yes.
So
Buck,
y'all have approved everything but this?
No, we're moving to COLAs next.
All right, so but you approved park operator, utility, and the withdrawal, the reserves is done. Sorry, I didn't, it wasn't opening for some reason, but I got it open now.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, we're down to just a COLA decision and AF-2, a retention initiative decision.
All right, where were y'all all standing on the COLA initiative? Or
Well,
not initiative, but COLA.
So the conversation that we just had, I told everyone that my intention was to recommend adoption of the police retention initiative and to recommend adoption of the administrative retention initiative. And that if those, and my intention that if those 2 were to be adopted, I would then, my intention would be to recommend that the 3% COLA be approved, but not for any employee who is included in one of the 2 retention initiative programs.
All right.
That catches you up. We do have a further discussion that we're going to have about whether or not that's the right approach, but that catches you up.
All right. All right. So y'all approved retention initiative and police retention initiative?
Well, we're
Or
already outvoted. Yeah, we're waiting on you
Yeah,
to tell
yeah.
us if you're supportive of the retention initiative for the admin, even though we've already outvoted you.
I'm honestly just really torn on any increases in pay to anybody in the current environment we are in. I know that all of our staff in our police department, everybody does a great job, but so many people are losing their jobs right now. And I think, you know, we're very fortunate in that we're not having to have any cuts. And we're
That's
actually talking about increases where everyone else I know is either on freeze pay or is taking a 15 to 25% hit, if assuming they have a job. So I'm a no.
That is fair. Then we've got three ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. Okay, then that moves us to COLAs. So I'll pull up all 3 COLAs, a COLA 1%, a COLA 2%, and a COLA 3%. And open it for discussion. At the end of that discussion, my intention would be to offer a recommendation of a 3% COLA for anyone not included in one of either of the two retention initiatives. But I will not make that move yet and give you all an opportunity to talk more about it. And you've got 8 minutes.
I mean, I think I laid out, I kind of think I know where you are landing on this book right now, just based on what you just noted and what you just said. I feel like that the retention initiatives are important because they're getting our staff members up to what the industry standard is for their job position, where we've been underpaying those positions for many years. And we talked about the benefits that those people who are in the position are bringing to the city right now because they're highly qualified and doing a really great job. And so I feel like the retention initiative, which gets them closer to what they should be paid by the industry rate, is separate from a cost of living raise, which a cost of living raise is something that you pay every year to adjust for the inflation and the cost of living. And so I don't think that they should be handled together. There was a hybrid option thrown out last month that perhaps 2% for the people who receive the retention initiative and then 3% for those who don't. And so I would like to propose a 2% for the employees that are receiving the retention initiative, along with the 3% COLA for those who are not receiving the retention initiative.
Okay. So these aren't official votes, but I'm going to go ahead and treat it like it's official so that we're clear on the record. So we have a motion for a 2% COLA increase for all employees. Or we have a 2% COLA increase recommendation for employees that are included in the retention initiatives, and a 3% COLA recommendation for all other employees. Did I state that correctly, Wendy?
Yes.
Okay. Show the chair voting no. Buck? No. Wendy? Yes. Amy? Yes. Sarah?
I have an alternate similar to what Wendy is offered, but a little different.
Okay.
I would propose,
Okay. Go
okay, so I say no to what she proposed.
ahead. Okay. Fair enough. All right.
So
That's
I-
off the table.
I-
Now you're right.
Right. So I have an alternate,
Okay.
where we do 2% for the police who are getting the retention initiative, 3% for everyone who is not getting a retention initiative, and no COLA for the people that are getting the $9,000 increases,
Okay. And I'm sorry.
because that's already,
I'm sorry. I had a food delivery that came right in that time frame. Will you restate that real quickly?
yes. So 2% increase for essentially for the police officers, 2% COLA for them who are already getting the retention increase. 3% for those who are not getting any retention increase, and no COLA for those people that are getting the $9,000 retention bonuses, because they're already getting, in some cases, 10, 12, 13% increase.
Okay. You heard the motion. Amy,
No.
Wendy,
I mean, I like it better because I like that we're looking at the 2% for the police officers, and it's better than nothing. I lost the vote on the other one, so I'm more in favor of it, that we're looking at that. But then it just leaves 3 employees who aren't getting a raise but are getting the 3%, and then everybody else is getting a raise and 2%, and then some of them are just getting a raise. So I feel like it's a compromise position, so I'm going to say yes.
All right, Buck? No. I'll vote no. Okay. All right, I'll go back to my original compromise, which is a 3% COLA for all those not included in one of the other two retention initiative programs. Amy?
No.
Sarah?
Yes.
Wendy?
No.
Buck?
No.
And I vote aye. All right. No one gets any raises.
I have a motion,
All right. Okay. You're up.
a 2% COLA for everyone.
All right. You've heard the motion. Amy says aye. Sarah?
No.
Wendy?
Yes.
Buck?
No.
All right. I'll
Let me
say
just-
yes to this one.
Want me to record my no and just keep replaying it?
Okay.
Was
Sorry,
that
I
a
thought
gift
I'd
for you,
accidentally-
Kevin?
What's
I
that?
wanted to.
Was that
All right. I voted aye. So we'll do that on top of everything. Okay. Well, that was painful. Okay. Abel,
Go-
did you
Can I,
get all? Go ahead.
sorry to belabor a point, but there were other considerations outside of monetary compensation under the retention plan. Was it council's intention to not consider those as well?
Oh, I consider that part of the overall, in terms of like the titles and that sort of things that you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we approved the entire package.
Okay.
Yeah.
That way, hopefully we're able to retain everybody, and we can have discussions about a year's worth of experience at that given position, because apparently titles matter.
Okay. Okay.
Now,
Abel. So now everyone, if you'll go to page 5, and Abel, I hope that. Well, I think we should be in pretty good shape math wise, right? So that means that 28,553 is correct. Okay,
know
so
what?
hold on one second. Let me look at some things here. Okay, so okay, Abel, here's my question for you. So I'm looking at the COLA section. So I'm on page number 5, everyone. I'm looking at the exceptional item and tax rate recap. And Abel, I'm looking down under the COLAs. And I guess my question to you is, I'm showing the 2% COLA on our exceptional item sheet at 28,553. I'm showing the 2% COLA on the recap sheet at 25,507.
Right. What happened was when the 28 and the 14 were calculated, I had included Amber, basically included all employees. And
gotcha.
at the last meeting, we were told not to include her. So
Okay.
that's why there's a difference.
Okay, so that's everything minus Amber.
Correct.
Okay. Well, let's clarify because that's going to lead to confusion. Amy, what was your motion? Was it to include Amber or not include Amber?
My motion was for all employees to receive a
That's the way
2%.
okay, that's the way I heard it. So for the purposes of this recap sheet and it's not 25,507, it is actually the number that you based your decision on the exceptional item sheet of 28,553. Okay, everybody got that? Okay, so again, I'm on page number 5, and just so council, I'm going to direct council's attention to that second column, which is titled the legal no new revenue rate. And again, that rate is 0.2328. So we can discuss once we get into the regular meeting, but just to let everybody know, the decisions now that we have made with the exceptional items include, if you look under that second column, the M&O tax rate revenue for the legal NNR of 0.2328 would raise $34,193. Again, we talked earlier with the estimated cash balance, beginning cash balance of $47,924. Again, that does not include our 3 months of reserve that is backed out of that number. We then had already approved prior to tonight $323,309 of other exceptional items that we've previously approved. We now approved this evening both retention and reserve officer exceptional items, which was $132,835. Okay, that left us with $55,973 before we just made this decision on the 2% COLA. We made the decision on the 2% COLA across the board. That is $28,553, which leaves us roughly $27,466 to the good. And so my intention later this evening will be to make a motion for the adoption of the tax rate at 0.2328, which would be the legal no new revenue rate. That rate, again, as a reminder, is essentially the effective rate from last time, plus allowing for debt service for our INS rate. So it's about a 3 cent increase. I'll also say, so we'll be left with around 27,000 to the good. Again, as a recap from our earlier discussion, once and if RCDC takes on those 3 other exceptional items, we'll save $100,000 in our budget, which would put our total budget cash on hand from just this budget at around $127,000. And the reason I'm going with this rate is because if those things fall into place, we'll have an extra $127,000, which will put us about 2/3 of the way toward that 4th month of reserve that we've talked about that I withdrew. So it's still withdrawn. We're not going to adopt it. But if the RCDC thing works out and the fact that we're going to be 27,000 to the good with the decisions we made tonight, that'll put us about 2/3 of the way there for the 4th month of reserve without actually having to adopt that reserve. Does that make sense? Does, Buck? Okay. All right. So we'll talk more.
Question. I was talking on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. So my question was, so we approved the 132,835. That's going to now be a year over year for us. And so when we approved at the no new tax rate, and then this is actually going to be brought over for a year over year into next year, which was exceptional items. That's going to cut back. Our base budget's going to be bigger next year. So by adopting that rate, we're going to have less money in the pot next year to have other exceptional items we might need.
as possible.
So I am concerned about that. And it looks like the difference between the 0.2369 and the 0.2328 is about 94,000. And so that increase almost covers the new year over year that we added with the salary bumps that we did. But it doesn't even fully cover that to get us back to where we were with our base budget last year. So you're the budget extraordinaire. I'm not questioning your intent on this. I worry about when we're having these discussions next year, and also because of the state of the world, we don't know what our sales tax is going to look like. There's just a lot of unknowns out there. I think it's just worth some discussion on those two numbers.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, and also, I mean, we could look at 5 too, because that one's plus 102,000 from the no new tax rate. So that I think that middle one that's plus 94 is where I would kind of land on that as a compromise and not go all the way up to the de minimis 8%. It could, that would be the highest. It'd be kind of the middle ground of what we're talking about. So
Okay.
I'll leave.
No, those are fair statements. Okay. That's all I've got, Mayor.
All right. Thanks, Council. At this point, then we'll close the workshop at 10 after 7. And we will open up our regular city council meeting, call to order. We'll start again with the roll call. As you appear on my screen, Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Here.
Sarah Hudson.
Here.
Buck Shapiro,
Here.
Wendy Hundley.
Here.
All right, we have a full dais. Thank you, Council. We also have Administrator Amber Lewis, City Secretary Ashley Wayman, and City Attorney Charlie Zeck joining us. We will move into public comments. I am just going to make sure that we are all clear. This is a very robust agenda. There's a lot to get through this evening, and out of respect for everyone's time, we've been talking about 3 minutes for quite some time now. I want everybody to know that we are going to be strict about 3 minutes, not just for public comments, but throughout the agenda this evening. Again, out of respect for folks' time, there are plenty of other ways for which you can communicate with our council. Everybody that sends communication to any official city email, that goes onto the public record, not any different than a comment made here would. So please be assured that you do have plenty of opportunities to have your voices heard and us to take your points into consideration. With that, 3 minutes. We will call on you. You raise your hand by, if you're joining us by a computer or laptop, there's a hand icon down at the bottom of your screen. Click onto that, it'll turn it blue. That'll signal to our staff that you wish to comment. At that point, you'll be wait to be called on. Please do listen for your name or phone number. They'll call the last 4 digits of your phone number for identification's sake. At that point, you'll be unmuted on the city side. You will still need to unmute yourself on your side, which includes a microphone icon, turning that from orange to blue. Ashley, if you wouldn't mind, for those that are dialing in, there are protocols there?
Star 2. That will have you raise your hand. Push star and then 2.
Thank you, Ashley. And then one more thing, if you're joining via your smartphone or tablet, you'll see 3 little dots down in the corner. Press those and it will pull up the menu. You'll see your hand icon there. And again, your microphone icon, same protocol as if you were joining us from your computer or laptop. Okay, with that, we're going to open public comments at 7:13. And now's the good time to press star 2 or click the hand icon. This is for comments on any item not on the otherwise on the agenda. Amber or Ashley, do we have anyone wishing to speak in public comments?
We do not.
Okay, we'll give it a quick count of 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Status change? Nope.
No.
Great. Let's go ahead and move out of public comments then at 7:13, and we will move into agenda item 4, discussion possible action on ordinance amending ordinance number 2019-09-30-05, adopting and approving amendments to the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2019 and terminating September 30th, 2020. Gavin, I'm going to open the floor back up to you, sir. You did such a fine job during our workshop.
Thank you, Mayor. This is to make official all of the work we've done in our budget workshops up to this point and that we just concluded a few minutes ago. I think we're all clear on what decisions we've made, the exceptional items that we've adopted to this point. Amber, do I have a specific motion that I need to make on this?
Gavin, I think you might be jumping ahead. This is the budget amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is to amend the current year's budget. You will see.
I'm sorry.
I can walk everybody through that and
Yeah, walk us
Abel,
through that.
please chime in. The budget amendment shows a fund balance transfer in. It does not affect the cash balance that you all were considering today with regard to your budget, but a fund balance transfer in of $121,115. This is to cover expenditures that were not foreseen, which includes COVID-19 in the amount of $50,000 for PPE, working from home, things of that nature. We are going to make requests to Travis County, so hopefully we'll be reimbursed for all of our expenditures there. The next one is equipment in the amount of $20,000. This went to pay for lawnmowers and other things that we needed to be able to maintain the athletic fields and the park. And then if you look down further, you will see in the wastewater fund, we had an expenditure of $20,000 that was to renovate the police department. And so you will see that current budget, we wanted to get that balanced. So we transferred in to cover that $51,659 plus our budget amendment. And it shows us ending the year with $31,659 with revenues above expenditures. Abel, did I miss anything?
No, you got them. Everything's fine on as far as your explanations go. No, everything's correct.
So why are we using wastewater funds for the police renovation?
Because last year, that's where those funds were located. It was in last year's budget. And so that's the reason it's in there again. That's what council approved last year.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or thoughts, council? Can I encourage somebody to consider taking action to approve these, the amendments to the previous budget as presented?
Yes, and this is ordinance 093005?
2019-09-30-05. That's correct.
That's last year's budget ordinance, so we're amending ordinance 2019 93005.
Why, you've lost me. Oh, okay. That's what we're meant. So is the ordinance that I find on page 8 of the packet, that's what we're adopting?
Yes, sir. It will be ordinance 2020.
2020. Yep.
2020 1604?
Yep.
Yes.
I move adoption of ordinance number 2020-09-16-04.
We have a motion from Gavin. Do we have a second, council?
Second.
A second from Wendy. Discussion, council?
The budget,
So,
the line item says 05. I mean, the agenda
it's
item.
amending,
There's a clerical error there.
Okay.
so this is not, we're not amending the 2018 to 2019 budget, right? We're amending the 2019 to 2020 budget?
Correct.
Which would have been approved on September of 2019 instead of 2018?
I
Section one,
apologize. I missed that.
clerical error
Yeah.
in section 1.
Yes, it's a clerical error. It should be the 2019 to 2020 budget is being amended.
So there's 3 spots in section 1 that need to be corrected, and then the date that the date it was approved on should be 2019, right?
Yes, it would be September 30th, 2019. Correct.
I withdraw my last motion. I move to approve ordinance number 2020-09-16-04 pending clerical amendments.
Second.
We have a motion from Gavin and a second from Wendy. Do we have additional discussion, council? Okay, in that case, we'll call the vote. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
Thank you, council. And Amber, appreciate those fixes. We'll get it signed up soon. Okay, so number 5, public hearing on the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 budgets. We're going to open this public hearing at 7:21. Again, guys, this is where you can click the hand icon or *2 if you're joining by phone. 3 minutes on the conversation. Do we have any hands raised, Amber?
No.
Ashley? No. Give it a couple seconds more. Okay. Anything?
No.
All right. Well, then we will close this public hearing as to the budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 at 7:22 p.m. We will call up item 6, discussion and possible action on an ordinance of the city of Rollingwood, Texas, adopting the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget beginning October 1st, 2020, and ending September 30th, 2021. in accordance with the Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 102, providing for the filing of the budget, providing that this ordinance shall be cumulative of all ordinances, renewing the city's investment policy, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. Gavin, once again, your moment to shine, sir.
Well, I'll keep
And
it short.
Gavin,
Yes.
did you find the motion language? It's called agenda item number 6.
If you're using the HTML version, it should be the first hyperlink.
Yes. Otherwise, it's called titled agenda item summary sheet.
Oh, I got it.
Action requested.
Action requested. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I move to approve the draft budget as presented with the inclusion of the approved exceptional items and tax rate to be approved.
We have a motion from Gavin and a second from Wendy. Discussion, council? Not hearing any. Sorry,
Yeah.
did I interrupt?
Just gonna quickly recap. This is the sum total of all of our work sessions to date that we just approved a few minutes ago, and this includes all of the exceptional items that we've worked on the last 4 work sessions.
Great. Thank you, Gavin. Do we have any other discussion, council? Go for it, Amy.
So to clarify, do we need to indicate that the amount that is going to go in reserves will be dependent upon the amount, the tax rate we set?
Correct.
Okay.
And as Abel and I discussed today, we have that discussion every year about the reserves, but that's really as much about record keeping and just keeping up with the math as we go as anything. It, with the exception of maybe Abel, do you end up talk to us quickly? Do you end up moving those funds into a specialized account at any point?
Not on the reserves, basically because when the auditors close out the fiscal year, they don't. The only line item that you see all the fund balances, the unreserved fund balance, these are funds that are available for whatever, and so those are the funds that I keep an eye on in terms of that 25%, and so. What we're trying to do here is generate enough revenue to where at the end of the year, the expenditures, when applied to those revenues, you still will have some leftover funds. And ideally, it would have been the $200,000 that was on there as an exception item of $208,526. But that's the objective. But there's no line item in the budget per se that has $208,526 if council had adopted that.
Yeah. So to answer your question, it's basically just held in cash in the account. It's not an actual account that we put those reserves into.
Okay.
Correct.
If we do get to the higher rate of a reserve amount, would it be beneficial to look at some sort of investment policy, like updating our investment policy to address that? Or do they need to just always stay cash?
No, it does not need to be specified in terms of whether it's cash, investments, as some other kind of an asset. You don't really identify it as such.
Okay. My other question is, we have the investment policy on there, and I was reading through it, and there's some language about how we're indicating that we believe it to be in compliance with state law. So I just wanted to make sure that we have an affirmation that the city attorney reviewed it before we adopt it.
The city attorney did not review it.
Yes.
But I did.
Okay.
To that point, we could bring back the investment policy. I mean, it doesn't have to be, it just needs to be reviewed annually. And I just picked budget because it's something that's easy to track at the same time. So we could bring it back next meeting for your review after Charlie's reviewed it.
Has Charlie, since he's come on, ever reviewed it?
I don't think he did last year.
No, I have not.
Okay, I would maybe request that if it doesn't affect our ability to set our tax rate today, if those two things don't have to be tied together, I would respectfully request that they be severed and that we have an opportunity to make sure that's been reviewed before we adopt it.
No,
not
that should be no problem.
Great.
Okay, where are we?
We have a motion and a second. Any additional questions, council, or discussion, council?
Well, I suppose I just didn't know if y'all were willing to entertain removing the investment policy from the motion.
Doesn't
Well-
seem like the motion had the investment
Yeah,
policy.
and I was just looking at the,
Oh, it's just an attachment. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it now too. Great. No issue. If we can just look at that next month, that'd be great.
Thank you, Amy. Any additional discussion? If not, then I'll ask for the vote. Amy Patillo?
did we have a second? Did someone second?
We did. Wendy, second.
Thanks.
Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Sarah Hudson?
Can we clarify something? The ordinance has reviewing the city's investment policy in the ordinance. I mean, it says it in the wording of the ordinance, right? That is what we're voting on, yes?
Charlie, what's the impact of that? I think you're. Oh.
I don't see. I don't have the ordinance open in front of me. Which let's see. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Can we just cross that line out?
Yeah. Well, you just make a move to adopt the ordinance without the investment policy included, and then we'll we'll revise the ordinance for signature.
I thought we were on, I moved to approve the draft budget as presented with the inclusion of the approved exceptional items and tax rate to be approved.
Yeah, we don't mention the ordinance.
Is that where we are?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we haven't gotten
But
to
we
the ordinance. Oh, sorry.
And I probably overlooked that. We do need you to approve the ordinance adopting the draft budget. We were trying to focus on how do we draft language for you all to make sure you're including the exceptional items in a tax rate to be approved later. And so I think I lost a little focus on making sure the ordinance was included in that motion language. Does that make sense?
Yes, I withdraw the last motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I move to approve the draft budget as presented by the inclusion, as presented with the inclusion of the approved exceptional items and tax rate to be approved, noted as ordinance number 2020-09-16-06, excluding any and all references to the investment policy at this time.
Second. Sorry, Sarah. That was too fast. You're gonna do it.
A motion from Gavin and a second from Wendy. Discussion, council? Okay, we'll call the vote again then. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you, council. We'll move on to item 7, discussion and possible action on a resolution of the City of Rollingwood, Texas, ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the city's fiscal year 2020-2021 operating budget as required by Texas Local Government Code Section 102.007 when adopting a budget that will require raising more revenues from property taxes than in previous year and establishing an effective date. Gavin, once again, sir.
Gavin, would you like me to walk them through
Yeah,
this?
Oh, there you go.
appreciate your confidence in me, but I'm going to seek assistance.
No worries. Amber, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. So this is a bit awkward. You actually always adopt your budget before you adopt your tax rate. And with the new changes from the legislature last year, they have you ratifying a budget where you actually discuss your property tax increase. And so even before you're going to vote on it. And so you have three options, which I think Gavin talked about earlier. You have the 8% de minimis, you have the voter approval, and then you have the legal no new revenue. And we drafted each one to be reflective of each different rate.
So we effectively adopt the tax rate here by adopting a resolution to adopt the tax rate?
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay. So then this is where the discussion comes up of whether we want to do the no new tax rate at 0.2328 or the 0.269
Mayor,
approval.
Yes.
yeah, maybe it would be better to pull up the ad valorem tax rate items so you could hold your public hearing and then set the tax rate. I don't think there'd be any harm in then going back and revisiting the resolution that would ratify the budget.
That seems
Okay.
like it makes more sense.
That's fair. Council, are you comfortable with that approach? No objections there?
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
All right. Well, not hearing any objections, I'll go ahead and call up item 9. We'll open up a public hearing on the proposed ad valorem tax rate. Again, guys, 3 minutes, and raise your hand, introduce yourself, and go from there. We'll open the public hearing at 7:34 p.m. We have any hands raised, Amber?
No.
Because that's a hand icon at the bottom of your screen, or in the menu on your tablet, iPhone, or Android, or *2 on your phone. Okay. In that case, we will close the public hearing at 7:35. Would you guys like to talk about item 10 before bouncing back up to 7?
Yes.
Okay, we'll call up item 10, discussion and possible action on an ordinance of the city of Rollingwood, Texas, approving the certified appraisal roll, setting the tax rate, levying and assessing ad valorem taxes for the use and support of the municipal government of the city of Rollingwood, Texas for the fiscal year 2020, 2021, apportioning the levies for specific purposes, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. Let's see. Amber or Gavin, this is right in your wheelhouse once more.
Amber, go for it.
Okay. The agenda item summary sheet spells out each tax rate, and it provides the required motion language per the tax code. And so you have each rate, the percent increase in the tax rate is spelled out for you.
Okay. So just to clarify on the 3 options that we're considering, I don't know that we're considering the no new tax rate, because then that would put us in a deficit for moving forward. So we had talked about the no new tax rate at 0.2328, and that the average home annual cost on that is $3,180, which is an increase from 2019-2020 of $328. And then the other option is the additional M&O revenue raised by voter approval rate, which is 0.2369, and that is an average annual home cost of $3,236, which is an increase of $384 from the 2019-2020. And then the third option is the 8% de minimis rate, which is 0.24223, which is a $3,308 average home annual cost, which is a $457 increase from 2019-2020. I know Gavin is proposing on our budget session that we look at the no new tax rate, 0.2328. That raises the average home by $328. And I am proposing we look at also the 0.2369, which raises instead of 328, it's 384. And then it raises 94,349 more in taxes, which is more in line with the 132,835 that we added on for year over year with our employee raises and COLAs that are going to be year over year expenses going forward. So that next year when we get to the budget, we will be in a place where we can be in a similar place to where we are this year instead of behind and having spent our fund balance. So that's my take on that. If I'm misunderstanding something, please let me know, but that's kind of where I wanted to see if we could have the discussion between the three rates and kind of, I'm wondering if we can consider the middle rate.
Thank you, Amy, or Wendy. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Wendy. Do we have, well, guys, we got to take some level of action. So we're just going to sit here and wait until we get some. That said,
I just had a
Gavin's thoughts.
okay.
I had a quick question for Abel. Abel, explain the difference in the math with the 13 versus 15% increase on the tax rate versus the 8%. You know, when we look at an 8% and a 3.5% rate.
Yeah, the main difference is your debt service. 8% was applied to the effective tax, last year's effective tax rate, but the percentages that you're looking at, they ask for the total revenue, and that includes debt service.
Okay.
You know, the increase from last year to this year.
Gotcha.
In other words, your debt service went up $300,000, I believe, compared to the previous year.
And that's the difference.
Yes,
So
sir.
the like on the voter approval rate, it is a 3.5% increase, but then once you look at the total, it bumps to
Right.
15.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So go ahead. Somebody was going to speak a minute ago.
I was just saying I'd like to hear from Gavin because you are the one that did all of the wonderful work on the budget, and I'm so appreciative of all the work you've done, and you've made it really easy to understand. So now you're getting questions from people like me. Sorry, you're educating me too much. It's just the road you've taken. So
No, I mean, all I would say is you're right. I'm not arguing that point. What I am arguing is, you know, when we did the tax notes, I said that my goal was to peel as much back out of the M&O rate as possible, which requires us to spend down into our cash reserves. I say that we're actually not spending down into our cash reserves because our stated strategic cash reserve is a 3-month reserve. We've got about a 5-month reserve now. And so, yes, we're spending down to it. So you're correct in that assessment. But my point is, I would rather us spend down to our stated goal of what our reserve is, as opposed to saying that we have a goal of 3 or 4 months. I'm supportive of us getting to 4 months, and we would get 2/3 of the way to the 4th month under the legal no new revenue rate. So, I'm supportive of us keeping, trying to get to that 4th month, and we would get pretty close to it under the no new revenue rate. But it's just a philosophical question of, you are correct in that, yeah, it might be a lean budget next go around, or it might not. I don't know what building we're going to have. I don't know what increases in rate and home values we'll have. But for me, it's the difference of, we could collect it and put it in our bank, or we could leave it with our residents and leave it in their banks. And my preference is to leave as much of it in their bank as possible, as opposed to in our bank. And that's where I am on it.
I'm inclined towards the voter approval rate. For some of the reasons that Wendy said, I also am concerned about the fact that Travis County decided not to do their job this year and actually appraise the homes in our city. And so we are not receiving any new revenue this year as a result of the actual values in our home and our properties having gone up. We are not going to, as a city, see any actual income from that. And so not that we set tax rates in order to correct the lack of work that Travis County did at the appraisal district level, but I think that it's important to look at and recognize.
It's a valid point, and I totally, I agree with you on the point about the county. The difference between the voter approval rate, the difference to the homeowner, the average homeowner, to the voter approval rate versus the no new revenue rate is about what, $50? Is that right, Abel?
Correct.
$56.
$56.
I just ran it. $56
Yeah,
a year,
on average.
So- like $4.50 a month.
Yeah,
That's right. $4.50 a month that allows the city to not bleed out its cash reserves, but it's certainly some leverage that it has with maybe cash flexibility.
Yeah. It does get, and it gets us $50,000 closer to our 4th. That would put us, if RCDC works out, that'd be another $175,000 toward the 208 for the 4th month of reserve. So about $50,000 further along toward that reserve than if we did the no new revenue rate.
And guys, I know it's it's not the desire of anybody on this council. I'm sure of it, to raise taxes, but there are a tremendous amount of outside forces that unfortunately they're just going to pressure through this next fiscal year. There's a number of reasons we should be able to expect a level of, if not contraction, at least a leveling off from the growth that we have enjoyed maybe over the last few years. That's obviously speculative, but just to be clear, and I didn't mean to be flippant about $4.50 a month to the average household. That's any money is well, shouldn't be taken lightly. And to Gavin's point, in the individual's bank account versus the city's bank account, my preference, and I'm sure it's probably the preference of most here as well, to have it in the individual's bank account. That said, we do have to have some level of flexibility, either that or start adjusting the expectations that we have.
Mike, I think it just needs to be clear that if you were to adopt the higher rate, as Amy said it very eloquently, it's really due to Travis County. I mean,
It's a large part, yeah.
I know it says raised in there by 3.5%, but it's really not being raised. It's just an adjustment due to Travis County.
Yeah, we had to raise the floor because somebody else, as Amy put it, didn't do the job and raise it for us.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to get that to that 4th month in reserve as well, so it gets us that much closer, and we're way further down the road on that than we thought originally when we started all these discussions.
Also, very fair points. And if we recall, why our goal is to move it to a 4th month of reserves. That was a recommendation after our audit. Is that correct, Gavin?
That is correct.
Which is to suggest that a 4th month of reserves is a sound fiscal policy and a step towards a sound fiscal policy.
It was also recommended by our financial advisor and the bond ratings agency as well.
Thanks, everybody. Yes, Amy.
Just whenever you're ready for a motion, I'll make one.
Okay.
You're going to have to, because I'm not.
I know.
Fair. And if I could just one last thing, I will tip my hat to Gavin. I understand the position that he is in. He gave he gave his word on the tax notes when we had that discussion originally, that he was going to do absolutely everything in his power to make that revenue neutral. And as I think a couple of people on this dais have properly pointed out, it wasn't within our power to do that. And I do think that Gavin and the city staff and administration, and in fact this council, did everything they absolutely could to live up to that. So regardless as to how this pans out, I can say with confidence to the public that they did the right thing, and they certainly tried.
Gavin, didn't you guys aim with the staff to cut the budget by 12% and you ended up clawing it back to 30%? Or am I remembering that correct?
It was actually an average of about 12. There were some departments that were 30 or more. On average, it was about 12.
Great. We appreciate all that hard work, because I know it was a lot of work. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if Travis County, who we have to pay to actually appraise properties, had done their work too.
Yep. We
That's
probably
okay.
could. Actually,
I'm sure they're good for a refund, right?
Right. Yeah. Can we get that back?
Yeah.
Had they done that, we probably would be there. So. Yep.
Are you ready for a motion, Mayor?
If you're ready to give one.
Okay, I would move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.23690 per 100 evaluation, which is effectively a 15% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
We have a motion from Amy and a second from Wendy. Do we have additional discussion, council? In that case, I'll call a vote as you appear on my screen. Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Sarah Hudson?
Aye.
Buck Shapiro?
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
No.
The ayes have it, with a vote 4-1. Thank you, council, and especially Gavin, Amber, and staff. You guys put a tremendous amount of work into this, and well, with the community's bottom line at the forefront. So I do appreciate it, as does the rest of the community, and whether they entirely realize it or not. Thank you all very much. And with that, we will move back up to item 7. Is that making, let's see. Yeah, that's where we were. Thank you. So we'll call back up 7, discussion and possible action on resolution of the City of Rollingwood, Texas, ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the city's fiscal year 2020-2021 operating budget as required by Texas Local Government Code Section 102.007. Adopting a budget that will require raising more revenues from property taxes in a previous year and establishing effective date. We've already kind of opened this up once, council. So if you need some background or context.
Yeah. So, okay, now I'm lost. Amber, which page is the correct page?
Sure. So, in line with what the tax rate was just adopted, you would move to adopt the resolution ratifying the property tax increase, which is the voter approval rate in the city's fiscal year 2020-2021 operating budget.
Right. Is that page 57 in the packet?
I always do the HTML. Let me look.
I see the voter approval is the second attachment on the HTML.
I guess I'm.
You should look at the HTML version. I find it's much easier to navigate myself.
See, if I were sitting beside you in a real room, you could tell me these things.
I really would.
Gavin, I
is
believe
page
it's
57, Gavin.
Yep.
Well, now I've switched to. All right. So we're on agenda item 10. 7.
And it's the second.
Oh, the second one. Oh, yeah, that is a lot easier.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, what resolution number is this going to be?
It will be resolution 2020-09-16-07.
2020-09-607.
16.
Dash 16.
09-16-07.
Got it. Okay, I move adoption of resolution number 2020-09-16-07, a resolution of the City of Rollingwood, Texas, ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the city's fiscal year 2020-2021 operating budget as required by the Texas Local Government Code Section 102.007 when adopting a budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the previous year and establishing an effective date.
We have a motion from Gavin. Do we have a second, council?
Second.
I'm holding my second so you could do it. See? I was.
All right.
A second from Sarah. Discussion, council. Amy, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I
Yes,
just
yeah.
wanted to clarify. It seemed like the headings of at least the first 2 resolutions I looked at were the same. So is it clear that we're adopting the second one in the packet? That's the voter approval one, or does that need to be clarified in the motion?
I don't think it would hurt to clarify it in the motion. They are the same caption because they would all be, raising it from last year a little bit. So I think clarifying the tax rate would be appropriate.
I'll take a friendly amendment if you want to offer it.
Okay, I'm looking at how to say it. I would just ask for a friendly amendment to add to your motion. The budget includes an increase in the property tax rate of 0.20882 to 0.2369, which is an increase of 0.0281 per 100 valuation.
Accepted. So moved.
All right. Second was with Sarah. You good, Sarah?
Yes.
Any further discussion, council? In that case, we'll call the vote. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Bob Shapiro,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and resolution is adopted. Thank you, council. Finally, for our budget consideration, we have item 8, discussion possible action on resolution approving a budget for the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation, Rollingwood, Texas, for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021.
This budget was approved by RCDC at their last meeting. There's not a whole lot in it right now. Basically, we always put in the allowed 10% of revenues for business promotion and development. We are conservatively projecting a downturn in sales tax collections. So we set that at 10,000. So we're expecting sales tax revenue in the amount of 100,000. And then the administrative services agreement is 88,000, leaving them with 12,000 for the remainder of their year. I should add that they have about $350,000 or $375,000 cash on hand to fund the other projects.
Thank you, Amber. Council? Can I get a motion, ideally to approve the budget?
I move to approve resolution 2020-09-16-08, approving a budget for the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Wendy. Council, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Amy Patillo. Do we have discussion, council?
So is there supposed to be an Exhibit A actually attached to this?
Yes, I'm sorry. Look at the second link with Appendix A.
You scroll down to the third page.
Yes, and I just want to thank the council's patience with us as we navigate new rules and laws and language and numbers this year. And it's been a challenge, but thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you for navigating all of that for us, keeping us on track, because the budget calendar was enough to do me in. I just was like, it was a lot. So
Well, it's an important thing, I think, to point out. Thank you for that, Amber. There was a lot of new this go round. So the last few years may seem, and for anybody that's tuned in, to run a little bit smoother than this evening has, and that's largely because, as mentioned, a lot of new for both staff and council to consider. So we have the Exhibit A. Any other discussion, council? Not hearing any. Ask for the vote. Amy Patillo.
Aye.
Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
Buck Shapiro.
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
All right. The motion carries, and the resolution adopting RCDC's proposed budget is accepted. We will move on to the consent agenda. Council, can I get
I move passage of the consent agenda.
Second.
we have a motion from Gavin, a second from Wendy. Discussion. Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
Buck Shapiro.
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
And Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
And the record can show that Councilmember Patillo has stepped away from the dais temporarily. Consent agenda is passed. 4 in favor, none against. We'll call up, start with the regular agenda. And we will start with discussion and possible action to have the city attorney review and make recommendations regarding City Code, Section Part 1, Chapter 1, Article 3, Division 2, Ethics in Part 1, Chapter 2, Article 2, Division 2, Section 2-57D, presiding officer, Mayor Pro Tempore, and council liaisons. This discussion was brought to us largely because it hasn't been reviewed in some time. And I tell you what, we actually have, I will let Amy Patillo, who has joined us again, she requested the item be placed on the agenda. So Amy, if you'd like to provide some additional context as to why we are discussing a review of this section.
Sure, thanks. In asking some questions to the city attorney recently, it became clear that this is a section that our new city attorney hasn't had an opportunity to fully review, and just instead of piecemealing individual sections, just thought I would see if the council would like to see him review it in full for compliance with state law and any best practices as well that they may advise clients in other cities to consider. And also, there have been some questions about the Open Meetings Act implications of us in our current liaison position organization. And so I also added that on there just to have it all evaluated at one time so that he could bring back recommendations for us.
Great. Thank you, Amy. Again, for the sake of making it through this agenda and what I hope to be, what I'm sure we all hope to be a reasonable amount of time, with the context, I'm going to ask for action to tee up any conversation on the dais.
So I would move to direct the city attorney to review the current ethics section and council liaison section of the city code for compliance with current state law and alignment with current best practices, with an evaluation and recommended amendments to these code sections provided to the city council at the October 2020 regular meeting.
We have a motion from Amy. Do we have a second, council?
Second.
We have a second from Wendy, and that will open us up for discussion. Council, do we have anyone wants to discuss this?
I would just ask Charlie if that's enough time for him to get that done.
Yeah, I believe I could get it done. That's a month away. That should be plenty of time. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Any other discussion, council?
If you find yourself needing more time, Charlie, just let us know. I just wanted to keep it as something that wouldn't stray too long.
Sure, absolutely.
Great. Anything else, council? If not, I'll call for the vote then. Amy Patillo.
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
and Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Charlie and council. Item 15, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the wastewater rate study by Nalissa Hedden and regarding recommendations made by the Utility Commission. I'm guessing we have Nalissa. Yeah, we do. Joining us. Amber, you want to provide a little bit of context and then introduce Nalissa for comments?
Sure. I think the council has made it a good practice to regularly review the rates for the water and wastewater systems. And so you all engaged Nalissa Hedden to take on the study of the wastewater rates. She has been working with the Utility Commission. You'll get to see all of the information tonight that she's presented to the Utility Commission, but they have made a recommendation. We have Jonathan Miller here, who's representing the Utility Commission, did a lot of hard work on the study so far. So you'll get to hear from him. And I will just kick it over to Nalissa to present her findings.
Well, good evening, Council. I appreciate your time this evening. As Amber had already updated you a little bit, we did go through and have worked with your Utility Commission, and we have their recommendations. The report is currently still in a draft format so that we can incorporate any additional direction or comments from Council as appropriate before we go to a final report setting. That said, I do have a presentation to review with you this evening. Amber or Ashley, is it possible to go ahead and have that slideshow be put up on the screen?
Yes, give me a second. Is it sharing?
Not seeing it so far.
No.
I think I'm frozen. I may have to get out and get back in. Nalissa, everybody has it in their packet.
Great. Well, then I'll tell you what slide number, if that works.
That's a great place to start, Nalissa. Thank you.
Sure,
I'll try to
we'll
get it up and
start.
going.
No worries at all.
Sorry, before you get started, just for clarity's sake, Council, if you're looking at the HTML version, we're looking at the City Council presentation PDF 2020. It's titled, it should be the first hyperlink in the in your HTML agenda packet. Ashley, I'm not sure how quickly and easily you can pull up a page number, but it is again under item 15. It's titled 2020-09-16 City Council Presentation PDF.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, we'll continue on to the second slide of the presentation. The header on the slide says overview. This evening, we'll go through a little bit of some financial information showing you where you're at. Then I'll brief you on some of the policy considerations that were identified throughout the course of the analysis. And finally, we'll talk about some of the rate alternatives that we've arrived at. That being said, let's turn our attention to the third slide. The header is Historical Financial Overview. In looking at this slide, essentially, I wanted to give you some data points for reference purposes. In 2019, your actual wastewater revenues, this is from the sales of wastewater, excluding non-rate revenues such as things like late fees, penalties, interest income, etc., was about $600,000. It was $606,000. Your 2020 budgeted O&M expenses, that's your operations and maintenance expenses, were about $618,000. And your 2021 budgeted O&M, based off of the draft budget I received a couple weeks ago, it's about $623,000. I'll provide those as data points to illustrate that really we're looking at a little bit of a rate increase on the wastewater utility front, just comparing really your most recent full year of revenues compared to O&M expenses on your current budget. We are making 2 recommendations for increases to that amount for rate design purposes. The first is to consider an increase of wastewater disposal fees that would be paid to the City of Austin in the amount of $28,512. This is to anticipate proactively potential rate increases from the City of Austin on their rates. Secondly, we are recommending adding a vehicle replacement reserve fund contribution in the amount of $5,619. The next slide, in 2 slides from now, we'll talk a little bit more about that vehicle replacement fund contribution. That being said, let's look at the 4th slide in your packet. The header reads Policy Consideration Reserve Funds. In looking at your current policies and your reserve funds, we did identify one area we'd make a recommendation to tweak a little bit. Effectively, we would recommend setting up a vehicle replacement reserve fund. This is to have cash in the bank so that when you do need to replace vehicles and tractor or trailers, your rolling stock, if you will, related to the wastewater utility, you have the funds available. This allows you to have some rate stabilization and budget stabilization in your operating fund, so you don't have these big peaks or spikes in your expenditures. Effectively, what we would do is have you contribute funds out of your operating fund for the wastewater utility into a dedicated vehicle replacement reserve fund. You'd set aside essentially the same amount every year so that cash is sitting there in the account ready for you when you need to replace these vehicles. The benefits of doing this is, one, again, to stabilize your operating fund so you don't have these big peaks or spikes in what you're spending out of there, but also for clear communication with your residents and your customers. Essentially, they can see that you're setting money aside in this dedicated fund. One of the common complaints that can arise is, why are you changing my utility rates when we have surplus revenues sitting in the operating fund? And this is to clearly identify and earmark that some of those monies are for future uses. That being said, we've asked your staff for the current day a replacement cost of your vehicles and estimated useful lives for those vehicles as seen on this table. That would derive an annual reserve fund contribution of just over $16,000, almost $17,000 a year to replace those vehicles when they need to be replaced. Realizing that those vehicles are also used for water as well as public works departments, we've allocated 33% of that annual contribution to the wastewater utility. This arrives at that $5,619 annual vehicle replacement reserve contribution that we're recommending to be included in our analysis. If we go to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit more about the second policy consideration we've identified, which is the header on that slide is Policy Consideration Annual Debt Service. Approximately, the city has approximately $725,000 in annual debt service that is clearly associated with your wastewater utility. Essentially, this was the purchase price or related to the purchase of your system back from the LCRA. Currently, you're funding all of that annual debt service through your general fund. In other words, your property taxes are paying for those that debt service rather than your utility fund. Industry best management practice is to have the maximum extent possible to be funded through utility rates. The reason for this is that what we found is that there's very little correlation to a person's property taxes or property owners' property taxes and their demands on the water or wastewater systems. Some examples can include comparing a commercial property to a commercial property. If one commercial property is a box store, some sort of retail establishment, they may have a restroom only, using a couple thousand gallons of wastewater services every month. They could be sitting right next to a commercial or a restaurant who's using 100,000 gallons of wastewater services a month, while both properties could have identical or at least largely similar property values, and therefore they're paying about the same in property taxes. On the residential side, a similar example could be neighbors who live right next door to each other with similar property values and similar property taxes they're paying. One household could have 2 members or 1 or 2 member household using 1 or 2,000 gallons of wastewater services in a month. Next door, that identical property with the same type of valuation of their property could have a 5-member household using 10,000 gallons of wastewater services in a single month. That leads to really an equity issue. Because of this, we are recommending moving away from 100% of your annual debt service being funded through the general fund and having some of that debt being borne by the utility department. Right now, I'm not recommending going to the entirety of the debt because, quite frankly, it would cause a lot of rate shock to your customers, but instead a transitional process. If you go to slide 6 in your packets, then the header reads Policy Consideration Annual Debt Service. And essentially what this would do is if you were to fund your debt through your utility rates, we would first of all achieve some more equitable allocation of the debt related to the wastewater utility to the customers in a more equitable way based off of how much they're using. The other benefit of this is you would relieve your general fund of approximately $725,000 of annual debt expense, or some pro rata share thereof, depending on a policy perspective of where you come in at. If you were to fund all of that debt through your utility rates, you could reallocate those funds to other city departments, or you could also look at reducing your property taxes by approximately 6.6 cents. To get a clearer picture of what this could do to some customers, let's go to the 7th slide in your packet, which is labeled again, Policy Consideration Annual Debt Service. What you're looking at here is a table of real customers for the city of Rollingwood. I've pulled 5 residential customers and 6 commercial customers. I've looked at their wastewater billing for a 12-month period and calculated their annual wastewater fees that they're paying to the city based off of your current policy. I've then added in potential debt service, additional debt service, if 100% of that debt were included in your volumetric rates. As you can see here, you'd see some fairly stark increases on an annual basis to customers for the wastewater. However, we do see some corresponding decreases or changes to customers on their property taxes. The 4th column over, you'll see the tax assessed property value for each of the properties or customers within the city. And you can see their annual property taxes they would pay to the city. Next, you'll see a deviation of the savings for the debt portion of that property tax. In other words, the 6.5 cents savings to property taxes. From here, you can see what this does to customers. Customers who are higher use customers, those who are using larger amounts of service, such as your residential customer I have labeled residential 2 and residential customer number 5, you'll see their total bill to the city will in fact increase. By contrast, customers who are using less wastewater services, such as residential customers 1, 3, and 4, they're going to see their net cost to the city decrease. Likewise, you'll see some similar patterns here on the commercial side. I wanted to point out a couple very intriguing and interesting illustrations. If you look at your commercial customer number 4, they have a similar property valuation or within a ballpark property valuation to customer number 3. Equally similar somewhere in the ballpark to commercial customer number 6 on their property value sides. But if you look at what they're actually going to pay to the city, you'll see that that commercial customer uses a lot of wastewater services. So their bill, if you were to charge them based off of what demand they're putting on the wastewater system for their pro rata share of the wastewater debt, they would see a net increase to the city. Whereas commercial customers number 3 and number 4, for example, as well as commercial customer number 1, would see a net decrease. So what this would do ultimately would be to ask customers to pay for their pro rata share of the demands they're actually placing on the system. As I said earlier, we would not recommend going to all of this right now and do it all in one year for fear of rate shock to customers. Instead, we're presenting a transitional plan that we'll talk about in a little bit more detail in a moment. That said, we can go now to slide number 8, which is labeled Policy Consideration Winter Averaging. This is the second policy issue we've identified, or really the third we've identified, and it's really a compound issue. The first issue we've identified, and before I get into the issues, let's talk about your current rates. Your residential customers currently do not pay a base fee. Instead, they pay a volumetric fee of $7.81 per 1,000 gallons. The gallons used in that calculation are based upon a winter averaging process. The assumption we're making here in winter averaging is that residential customers, a portion of their water demands are being used for outdoor irrigation purposes. Because of this, their year-round water consumption is not necessarily reflective of what they're actually putting back to the system as wastewater. Instead, the industry has adopted a process called winter averaging, where we're looking at winter consumption to make an assumption that when customers are using their water in the winter, they're not irrigating outdoors. Therefore, their water usage in winter months is reflective of what they're sending back to the system as wastewater. That winter average is established typically by most utilities in the spring, and then that customer will pay their winter average as their assumed consumption for the next 12 months until they have a new winter average established. For the city of Rollingwood, you utilize a 5-month period to evaluate and analyze the winter average, the months of December through March, and you then look at those 5 months of consumption. You drop the 2 highest months and establish the average on the 3 lowest months of consumption. Commercial customers are billed at $78 per LUE, which is a living unit equivalent, which is based off the square footage of the building that the city established by policy years ago. And you charge those customers also a volumetric rate of $7.81 per 1,000 gallons. For commercial customers, we don't typically use winter averaging because most of the time, commercial customers who are using water for outdoor purposes such as irrigating have a separate irrigation meter. As a result of that, their water consumption is typically reflective of what they're sending back to the system as wastewater. That being said, the policy consideration for the city is to evaluate whether or not your current policy is the most appropriate means of billing for customers for wastewater, specifically the base fee, and secondly, the winter averaging process for residential customers. You do, if we go to the next slide, slide number 9, also labeled policy consideration winter average. You'll see a table here where I'm showing customers within various use categories, and you can see the number of customers who are billed based upon those use categories. What we find is that the city has about 16% of your total customers are billed at either 0 or 1,000 gallon levels. This is somewhat of a concern when we look at this policy, because you have a very high percentage, about 16%, that's getting billed hardly anything. Typically, if a customer is connected to the system, they should have some sort of wastewater coming back to the city if they are an active customer. In a community such as Rolling Wood, you may have some customers who are going on vacation during those winter months. They've turned off their sprinklers, therefore they're not using. Other customers may be lower tiered customers. Your policy, or more specifically, your equipment and billing at this point bills to the nearest 1,000 gallons. So also you'll have instances where a customer will use 999 gallons. Since the meter didn't roll over to the 1,000, that customer gets billed for 0 consumption that month. If that customer is, again, a low tier customer, and they have that instance happen to them a couple times during the month, it is entirely feasible. Some of these 87 connections are because of your policy of dropping the 2 lowest months. We would definitely recommend getting away from this policy and trying to find a way to correct that. In other words, it really is not feasible or fair for customers to be billed for 0 gallons. In other words, they do not get billed a penny for wastewater service for an entire year. So we're making some recommendations for ways to correct that. In evaluating options, I've looked at some of your neighboring utilities. If we go to slide 10, which is titled, again, Policy Consideration Winter Averaging, you'll see some cities, being the City of Austin, the West Travis County PUA, and Lakeway Mud, of neighboring utilities that have some alternative policies related to their winter averaging. The City of Austin, they bill to the nearest 100 gallons versus the City of Rolling Wood billing to thousands of gallons. Because of that, they have a policy that in order for a billing period to be included in their winter average, that billing period has to have at least 100 gallons. If you don't register 100 gallons, then that 0 use month would be thrown out. If a customer has less than 100 gallons for 2 or more months, that customer is assumed to have an average of 5,000 gallons. They're making the assumption here that it's, again, not really a feasible thing to have a customer have such low consumption in those months. The West Travis County PUA, their winter averaging, they exclude any months with 0 use from the average period. So if there are 3 months that they're looking at, they drop any zeros in the average. Lakeway Mud, I will also point out the West Travis County PUA also has a policy, though, that customers can bring any, can file an appeal with the utility to have their winter average reevaluated, so that if they are legitimately never really there, things like that, they can certainly have and ask the utility for an individualized look in analysis at their consumption history to identify the most fair way to bill that customer. Lakeway Mud bills monthly. In other words, they send you one bill for 2 months of consumption. So they look at the 2 billing periods in the winter time. That's a total of 4 months. They use the lower of the 2 billing periods for consumption. But if there's 0 use in one of those 2 billing periods, they use the opposite billing period. That being said, in working with your utility commission, going to slide 11, which is titled Direction from the Utility Commission, they basically gave 3 areas of guidance or direction. The first was to pursue a transitional implementation plan to slowly include debt service recovery in the wastewater rates. The second was they wanted to see a base fee for services that had some sort of cost basis associated with it. And third, they wanted to look at some different alternatives for winter averaging. That being said, we'll go to slide 12 now, where you can see our proposed rate scenarios, which is the title of the next slide. We developed 3 different scenarios for your consideration. The first of all of the scenarios do include a base fee for residential customers. So all customers, if they are active on the system, will pay a base fee for services. Secondly, all scenarios do recover some debt in the rates. The debt would follow a transitional schedule, starting with 15% of the total annual debt service in 2021 and adding 10% of the total debt every year, so that by 2025, 55% of your total debt service would be recovered by your wastewater rates. If we go to the next slide, you'll see where we've described, again, this is plot number 13. It's titled Proposed Scenarios, and there are 3 scenarios based on the residential. Each of these 3 scenarios are looking at different ways to establish your residential winter averaging policy. Scenario 1 looks at a 5-month winter average. You'll notice, though, which is what you're doing, it's the same 5 months you're looking at. However, we're no longer dropping the high use months. So we're looking at a true 5-month winter average. Scenario 2 looks at the same 5-month winter average. However, it drops any months with 0 usage. Those get excluded from the average. Likewise, scenario 3, again, we're looking at 5 months, but we're looking at the 5-month winter average, and the minimum average has to be at least 1,000 gallons. That being said, we'll go to slide number 14, which is titled Proposed Rates. The table you're looking at here are the proposed base fees for customers. You'll also see I've provided for reference purposes your current base fee. The base fees for residential customers are designed to recover the cost of utility billing. So we took your budgeted utility billing expense and divided that by your total residential and commercial customer count and divided that by 12 months. That gets to a $13.07 fee for 2021. We do have some inflationary impacts there, and that's where you're seeing that projected increase going from 2022 to 2025. Commercial customers, we're recommending leaving your base fee per LUE at the $78, but also recommending adding on that utility billing amount to that base fee, again, to increase a little bit each year after 2021. In looking at the winter averaging scenarios and the volumetric fees, for scenario 1, which is a 5-month winter average. And I apologize for that mistake I left in there, the status quo. That scenario is not status quo. That scenario is just 5 months without dropping any data, a pure 5-month winter average. You'll see your current volumetric rate at $7.81 is sufficient to meet the revenue requirements for 2021. But in 2022 and every year thereafter, you'll see that volumetric rate increase each year. That increase is associated with 1, inflation, and 2, taking on more debt every year. Scenario 2 is again that 5-month winter average, but we're dropping 0 months from the averaging period. You'll see there that volumetric rate is projected to sustain you for 2 years. And then in 2023, you'll see the rates needing to increase a little bit each year thereafter. Looking at scenario 3, which is again a 5-month winter average, but we wanted to see a total bill of a minimum of 1,000 gallons. You would go from your current rate at $7.81 and be able to sustain that for 2021. And then starting in 2022, you'll see some slight increases every year thereafter. Each scenario has its pros and cons. Each scenario will recover your revenue requirements, the revenue you need to have in order to meet ends, and will recover that debt in the increments we described previously. The scenarios are purely a policy issue and decision on behalf of your council and your city to arrive at the most appropriate way, in the fairest way to allocate costs to customers. I do want to point out one more little detail here. Each of these scenarios has a winter average between 7,000 and 8,000 gallons, give or take. Your current policy, where you take the 5 months and drop the 2 lowest months, that overall average is about 5,200 gallons. This is algebra. So essentially, we're going to take the total cost, and if we're have more billing units to spread it out amongst, the volumetric rate will be lower. If we take these same costs and we've got only about 5,200 gallons going to each of your residential customers, a system-wide average, if you will, then that volumetric rate will come in higher. Again, this is purely a policy on where and how you feel you'd like to spread those costs out against. Going to slide 16, which is labeled average bill analysis, you're going to see what this does to a customer with a winter average of 8,000 gallons. This gives you a little bit of a gauge on the differences to that average customer. But you do have to, in order to fully understand, you have to understand it really will be different for different customers. The customers who have really low end use and you drop all those zeros, they may see a greater impact to the total bill they're paying to the city. Higher customers, again, depending on how and which policy you go to, will have different impacts. If you go then to slide 17, we did add an additional issue or policy we wanted to establish for you or talk about, which was brought to our attention by Councilman Hudson. We did talk about this policy in concept with your utility commission. We did not, however, present the actual calculations because those calculations were done after our discussion, which was essentially a concern where you have properties that are being torn down, or lots that are sitting vacant, or houses that somebody's moved out of and it's going to sit for a year or 2 years, to establish what we call a standby fee. Essentially, the concept of this fee would be you would be charging customers this standby fee to recover when they're not actively paying a minimum bill to the city and volumetric charges to the city for actually using the wastewater. This fee is intended to recover their pro rata share of the utility debt service. The fee would increase every year, going from $13.76 per customer per month up to $49.56. And those increases are purely associated with the utility funded debt service. So as their property taxes go down because you're removing utility debt service from the property taxes, their standby fee would go up. That being said, I think that's all of the comments I had prepared for you, and I'm happy to address questions at this point.
Thank you very much, Nelisa. Appreciate the very thorough report. Council, I'm going to open up to the dais for comments. If you just raise your hand, I'll. Amy Patillo?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I heard you say our current policy two different ways, and I just wanted to make sure we clarified. So our current policy is that we're dropping the 2 lowest rates, or are we dropping the 2 highest rates?
I apologize. Very good clarification. The 2 lowest.
Okay.
So you're looking at 5
No,
months.
if we dropped the 2
I
highest.
said it wrong. I apologize. I said it wrong again. I'm sorry, Sarah. Yes, you drop the 2 highest months and arrive at the 3 lowest months.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought it was. I heard it, and I thought you were just misstating it because it is a little confusing. It almost seems counterintuitive.
Yes, so that's why I keep saying it wrong.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Most all other utilities would drop low months, and you're
Yeah.
dropping the high. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so we have a counterintuitive policy. I totally understand why you would flip it in your mind.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
we have Jonathan Miller, if you'd like to hear from him.
Yeah, I think it would be great for council to hear utility commission's thinking on this. Thanks for joining, Jonathan.
Jonathan, if you're talking, I think you're on mute.
You unmuted me, but I didn't unmute me. Let me start that again. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, esteemed city council members. Let me begin by again thanking everyone for your time that you provide serving our fair city. I'd also like to thank our invaluable city administrators and staff, and also thank you to Nelisa. There are many things that are undeniable. For example, my insane jealousy of Mayor Dyson's luxuriously thick head of hair and full beard. Another is that the city of Rollingwood simply does not generate sufficient revenue from its current wastewater rates to support our wastewater system. Frankly, the entire water system is in need of a massive overhaul, and you need look no further than the 4-day water boil we just experienced this week. The Utility Commission unanimously agreed to recommend changes to the current rates. Based on the report and the guidance from Nelisa, the current winter averaging method does not sufficiently capture the wastewater usage or cover the costs associated with making the system available, particularly that from our lowest users and houses under construction. The recommended changes bring Rollingwood more in line with that of neighboring cities and is designed to capture additional revenue to support operating and maintaining the water system. As such, we supported a base rate to simply cover the costs associated with billing our residents and businesses. We also agreed with preparing reserves to cover maintaining and/or replacing city assets, in this case vehicles that support the water and wastewater system. And finally, we did agree that the general fund should not have to support the full $725,000 in annual debt burden that was related to the sewer project. Per Nelisa's presentation, we reviewed several options. We chose options that set a minimum usage threshold, a base rate, and capture some but not all of the debt service. And while I wish that 2020 would simply just go away, there is no time like the present, and our hope was to address the revenue shortfall with a meaningful change to the current procedures and rates. And again, I think that we have seen, it's been, I think, 3 years that I've been on the Utility Commission. We've made some changes to the rates, but we see an infrastructure that is in need of repair, and we simply aren't getting the revenue while we are also touting water conservation and at the same time trying to increase revenue from water. We really need to make sure that we're capturing usage and we're capturing demand on the system, and ensuring that we have the funds available when needed to make repairs and maintain it. And that was the focus of the Utility Commission as we went through this process. And so those are my statements, hopefully under 3 minutes.
And that was tremendously effective use of 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Jonathan. My hair and beard, thank you as well. Council, you've heard a really great summarization. I suspect many, if not all of you, have probably also tuned into the Utility Commission meeting so that you have not just that fantastic summary, but also a greater level of context as to the intent of the Utility Commission. With that, I will go ahead and open the dais back up.
Quick question for Mr. Miller. Of the 3 scenarios, did the commission spend any, or were you leaning in one direction or the other of those 3 scenarios?
Yeah, so we wanted to also look at specific to the winter average scenarios, and basically there were 3 that had varying impacts on the water bills. In particular, the lowest users will be most impacted, I believe, by dropping the 0 months. Slightly less impacted by the 1,000-gallon minimum usage, and then not impacted at all if we don't make any changes. And so one of the focuses was trying to figure out a way to make meaningful change without significantly impacting, or as we've mentioned before, the kind of sticker shock of significant increases. I mean, ultimately, we want to put something forth that we think will garner support across the board. And so going with the kind of the nuclear option wasn't exactly where we wanted to be, which would have included full debt service, right? Which we simply can't do. So it was coming up with something that we thought would be a step in the right direction, and that was supporting the idea of a minimum threshold versus dropping the 0 months altogether.
Okay.
From having listened to the meeting, you all made a motion to recommend scenario 3, correct?
Yes.
So that would be the 5-month winter average with a minimum of 1,000 gallons.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then also dropping the 2 lowest months instead of the 2 highest months. Is that also a recommendation? Or
No.
That's
I
current.
don't believe that was, no.
That would have been the scenario 2, and they went with scenario 3.
okay. So we'll do the 5-month winter average, but still drop the 2 highest months. But everybody gets a minimum of 1,000.
No, ma'am. No dropping months. No dropping high months. It would be looking at a 5-month average, and everybody. Sorry,
I see.
am I muted? Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Okay. If nobody else has any comments, I have a number of comments, and I did talk to Nelisa about this last week. I think there was a fair amount of information that was not provided to her at the beginning of this study, that context really needs to be included before we make these changes. When the sewer was first installed, the whole cost of the debt service was put on the bill. I don't know if anybody on council besides me was even here when the sewer was put in. Most of the people on the Utility Commission were not. But okay, so you remember that we got $130 a month wastewater base fee when we first started hooking up to the sewer. People were not happy about that. And over time, we worked to move the capital cost from the rates onto the taxes intentionally, because at the time you could deduct your property taxes fully on your income tax. And so, you know, we allowed Uncle Sam to pay for part of your wastewater capital cost instead of having to pay that all on the rates. We dropped it to $65 a month, and then later moved all onto the taxes. I would argue that the cost of the debt service is totally unrelated to the volume of water that we put through the pipes at this point in time. You know, that is a cost that we incur regardless of how much wastewater is being used. So tying it to the rates is not really putting it where the cost is, or not an equitable distribution in my mind. It's like saying that we're going to charge costs for doing our roads based on how many miles you drive. You know, I mean, we don't do that. It's a cost that we have for the system that should be applied to, you know, the same as we do for our police service or any of those things, that we pay for that on our taxes. It just, to me, is not appropriate to move that. It also reduces the number of properties that are paying for that debt service. I just asked this week, because it has not been looked at yet and didn't get the information until yesterday and haven't been able to review it, how many properties we actually have in Rollingwood that do not have water or sewer system service at all. So anybody that doesn't have service or that turns off their service, like a home that's demolished or under construction and they turn their service off, they would not be paying anything. Not only would they not be paying because they don't have an account, they wouldn't even be paying the debt service portion of it because it would come off the taxes. At least if we leave that on the taxes, those properties are still paying the debt service portion. And all the properties in Rollingwood have increased in value because of the fact that we have the sewer system in place.
Would the standby though take those buildings that the last slide said a standby fee for houses under construction, and it laid out what the cost would be. So would that have addressed that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I asked a similar question, Sarah. I sent an email on Wednesday when I was listening to one of the utility commission meetings, and my meeting was my question was trying to understand the tap fees that are in our code under section A9.002. And I wondered if those fees had been part of the fee structure evaluation. And part of the question that I had is, when is a residential property owner required to pay a tap fee? And is it required for all new residential construction? And is it required for replacing old lines that run from a home into the sewer system? And then who bills for the tap fee? Those are the kind of questions I asked. And so the answers I got were the tap fees are only required for properties that have no existing water service. And I asked the same things for the commercial, and it was the same answers for the commercial. And so I was asking whether or not the tap water fee of $3,500 plus all the capital recovery fees and the total amount of $1,400 charged by the city of Austin, if that covered all of our costs and if that had been evaluated. And I was told it wasn't evaluated because it happens so rarely, because almost every property in the city, besides 2 in the last 7 years, are connected to our sewer system. So I don't know that.
Right, but you can
pay the standby fee because everybody is already connected.
No, that's different. That's
The
different. They
standby-
have a connection to their property, but if they turn off their water service, they're not paying anything.
But they would
And
pay
they
a
don't have
standby fee if we adopted the standby fee per LED per month.
That's correct.
So that addresses that for any properties that are on standby.
Not sure how you are going to charge somebody that has a vacant lot sitting there with no services.
There
I
are
think
a
that's going to
couple-
be a hard sell.
Well, the
There are-
commission sell was, the system is there waiting for you. We spent the money to put it in. It's all ready. So you have to start, if you want to be in part of the community, you're paying for that property. You're going to pay for the services that are waiting for you as well. And it's simply because we need the revenues.
But no, I understand that, and they should be paying. But my argument is that we shouldn't take it off the taxes and put it on the rates. That we should leave that on the taxes, and that we could also, and we did not consider the possibility of having a reconnect fee instead of a standby fee. And that way, when somebody reconnects to the sewer system, they would pay instead of trying to collect from a builder or somebody else that is working on a home or a home that's sitting vacant or, just a lot, trying to charge all of those properties on a monthly basis.
I know that Clark Wilson, who I really appreciate his voice on the utility commission, he's a smart guy. And I know one of his comments were that all of the property values are enhanced by the sewer system, so the general fund can support a majority of the debt. I do think that the compromise position in here that the utility commission and the proposed rate has is that we still will support part of the debt service with our taxes. 45% of that will still be supported by our taxes. I'm so sorry if you can hear my son yelling. I'm gonna have to go and pause him.
Go ahead, Amy.
I have a question for the consultant. So Sarah made the point that you didn't get some of the history behind how rates have been set in the past. Is the history of a city setting rates important in you evaluating the policies that our current utility commission decided to evaluate based on our current fiscal status?
Great question. It's only relevant to the extent that the city wants to continue with those policies, understanding for you as policy setters, those setting your policies today, where the community's been, to the extent that any of that history would impact your decisions. In terms of the financials, the reality is, industry, like I said before, it's industry best management practice to put the infrastructure costs on the customers who are using that cost. You do size your pipes based off of the flows. Your lift stations are sized for the flows. And so to that extent, there is a correlation to the demands customers are putting on the system to what they're using. Giving
Except that that's already been done. We're not changing that.
Correct. But that was obviously taken into consideration by the engineers who designed the system.
Right.
And realizing and reflecting that if you have lots of restaurants disposing of hundreds of thousands of gallons of wastewater every month, that's going to put a very different demand on the system than a residential connection that's flowing a couple thousand gallons a month. And so again, that's an industry best management practice. It does not mean that's what you have to do. It's you all are, rate setting is subject to your policies and your decisions. and like your utility commission did, was trying to strike a balance of maybe we don't go all the way to 100% debt, but be somewhere in between.
Thank you for that clarification. Mike, just to clarify, I know we still have more discussion, but is there an action we can take tonight? I'm looking at our agenda item. And so would we take action could we take action right now tonight to set the future rates, wastewater rates based on scenario 3? Or do we
Yes,
still have more that we need to do?
Well, the agenda and the public notice is sufficient, I believe, for you guys to take action. When you guys first hired the rate consultants and Alyssa specifically for this task and charged the Utility Commission with seeing it through, you charged the Utility Commission with providing you with a recommendation, I would assume, for your consideration of action. So you're here. You can continue to consider it, or you can take some action. I will defer to Charlie if our attorney feels that this isn't properly noticed or prepped in some way to be legally sufficient for action.
Well, my only other comment right now is that I know that during the last 2 budget cycles, I really questioned whether we should be hiring rate consultants, because my experience sitting on the council since 2013 has been that we spend money on rate consultants, that the Utility Commission works with those consultants, that the Utility Commission makes recommendations to the council, and then we have not been adopting those rates. And so I questioned when we were in the budget setting process last year whether we should even be hiring rate consultants. I'd like to say that I have been incredibly pleased with this process. I think that going out for the RFQ and having different rate consultants that the Utility Commission got to interview and evaluate was a really positive step, and something that gave the Utility Commission the tools and the resources that they needed to be able to provide the council with the recommendation that they've provided. And so I appreciate both the consultant working with our city and providing this recommendation, and also the Utility Commission doing the work to evaluate policies and evaluate where we are fiscally, and to make some hard recommendations that would raise our rates, but would also move us towards better fiscal health in our wastewater rates and how we're collecting money.
I will, for clarification though, I wrote down here that those people who use less water should see a net cost decrease. And it would reduce their property tax rate by 6.6%. And the other thing I just thought was quite a big number was 87 households don't pay anything for our water system. Is that all people who are building right now in the city? Because is that what the standby fee would help us to?
No.
It's not people building. Who is it?
Yeah,
Those are households
So-
who have a 0 use within
no, that's
their.
I'm sorry. Can I let Nalisa answer, and then you can answer after?
Those are households. Essentially, we received a 12-month detailed by household use analysis, and that will be a combination of households who are active connections but had 0 use, as well as what we would call an inactive connection, which would be a property that is in your billing system but isn't actively being billed today. So it is a combination of the two. I did go through the data. I don't have a detailed number of how many is in each category, but I can tell you that it's close to evenly split of households who are actively on the system, receiving an active bill, but paying 0, and properties who are just not connected.
I have one more question. I was reading through, this is really not related to the scope of what you were supposed to be doing, but since we have an expert on the line, I thought I would ask. Because we're in the comprehensive planning process, one of the things I read in our corridor study is that we should be evaluating the wastewater connection for our commercial district. Right now, there's a lot of those properties that are still on sewer or that are connected directly to the city of Austin and paying into their system. So I'm just wondering if that reserve that we have would help us to build up our funds to do projects like that, or is it only for buying vehicles, or could we get a more healthy reserve going for those sort of infrastructure improvements?
Great question. The reserve fund that's recommended would be specifically for the vehicles in the $5,600 a year realm. We talked to your staff about whether to put additional capital projects on into the rate, and because there wasn't a firm plan in place, it was really looking at and saying it didn't make sense to propose a rate that would fund something that we weren't sure you wanted to do. And so to the extent those things needed to get added in, we can certainly bring you back something that adds those types of projects in if you'd like to see it.
No, I thank you for that answer. I just wanted to make sure to get clarification on that so that people would understand that this is actually the infrastructure that is attached to our residences that we are all benefiting from, that benefit our property taxes, but that also we probably need to take a hard look at making sure that everybody's equally paying for that system. And that with the Utility Commission recommended with the base fee seems to adjust that expectation. And then the customers who do use less water, they should see a benefit in this structure overall, it seems like. I appreciate the work of the Utility Commission and your work as well. I feel like I really understood this process. I feel like I really appreciated your presentations at both of the Utility Commission meetings, and I thank you for being here to answer questions for us.
My pleasure.
Thanks again, Melissa.
I have a question for Amber, I think, or maybe Abel if he's still on. So if we go this route and we shift some of the burden on the debt service to the system itself, how, I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure that we're ensured that the taxpayer will receive the actual property tax reduction of the 0.066. And Amber, my question is to you, is that, I would assume as those dollars are shifted in the budget, it will be automatically reflected in our INS rate, because we will not need to request as much from on our INS rate, correct, to Travis CAD?
Correct.
I do want to jump in for clarity purposes. The 6.6 cents would be if you funded the entire $725,000 from utility rates. So it would be in the first year 15% of the 6.5 cents, and then the next year 25%, so on and so forth. That would be relieved. Within those specific numbers, Amber and her team will need to run the exact to the penny or the tenth of a penny amount impact there, but that the 6.6 cents was for the whole of the debt.
But it is a one-to-one offset, right? Dollar in, dollar out. Yeah.
Yes. Your total recovery will be the same. It's just, are you getting it from property taxes versus utility rates?
Okay, that's fair. And then my other quick question on your commercial LUE, it says the LUE is based on square footage of the building. So how many square feet equal one LUE?
That was determined, and Amber, help me out here. That was determined, the LUE counts of your buildings by, I believe it was Murphy Engineering, many moons ago. And we left those LUEs alone, the actual determination of those and how they determine that.
Okay.
Correct.
Can I just ask a follow-up there? Is it typical, atypical to update LUEs? And if so, how frequent would you recommend, or is there kind of an industry standard or best practices?
There are really a couple ways from a commercial perspective that LUEs are looked at. The first is based off of kind of a square footage analysis, for example, and use type. The West Travis County PUA, for example, in setting their impact fees, they charge a different LUE schedule based off of not only the size of the structure, but also the type. So a restaurant's going to be charged differently than a retail store. They actually reassess the LUEs from an impact fee perspective. Anytime a business goes out and a new business comes in, they look at the new business. If the new business has more LUEs than the old one did, the new business pays that delta. That's for impact fees. Other utilities will determine their LUE based off of a meter size, and still others will just charge everybody a base charge of the the $13 base charge, and capture that difference in a different commercial rate. So commercial would have a different volumetric rate than residential. So there are a couple ways to do it. We felt like that there were so many changes. Looking at the LUEs right now didn't make sense, but to leave, let's focus on the residential wastewater winter averaging, getting a base fee there. And then in the future, if you wanted to look at that, that's when I would recommend doing it.
Great. Thank you very much for the clarity.
Melissa, you said that the Travis PUA, that they have a policy for an individualized look. I know that we do have some residents who probably are really, really low water users who may not fall into that 1,000 gallons. And so what does that policy look like? I'm just thinking of, and doesn't really, matter who it is, but say like a person living alone who really is on a fixed income and they don't use that much water. What does that policy look like? And is there any other sort of hardship policy that might be used throughout the industry if there are people who are having trouble with
Excellent.
their water?
So the winter averaging policy, review policy, would be very similar to what you all currently have in place for customers who are disputing their water bill policy, where they can bring the dispute to the utility commission, and the commission and your city staff can look at and evaluate the data. So an example such as that, if you were to go with the drop zero policy, that customer can bring their historical billing and show, hey, I used 2,000 gallons in 1 month, zero the next, 2,000 the third month, zero the next. Clearly, this is, and you can look at that individualized policy of going, okay, this is really just the rounding to the thousands issue. That's usually the best way to do it. Your staff can first work with the customer, look at their usage data, and then where appropriate, bring it to your utility commission for an individualized review in those instances or special circumstances.
So just to clarify, that's like somebody being under 1,000, and then the next month it flips over, and then they're in 2,000. But then the next month they're under 1,000, and then the next month they would flip over and they're into 2,000.
Right. And that would really, for the example, that's just an example of how it could look if you had the policy of dropping the zeros. That would be an instance where you could see, okay, that customer needs some, it's not fair to drop the zeros, average out with 2,000 gallons in the other 3 months and bill them for 2,000. when it looks like that's a meter rolling over issue. But the current recommendation from the commission was let's just have a minimum of the 1,000 gallons. And that gives you, again, that ability, though, if somebody comes in and says, hey, I'm not here. Here's my data. I left my water on, whatever it is, you can look at those special circumstances. But typically with the policy the commission recommended, having a zero or having just a minimum of 1,000 gallons, that's really going to be hard to dispute of, yeah, you're using 1,000 gallons of water a month. That's what very rarely would a household use significantly less than that.
Great. Well, I like the idea of writing the policy for everyone and then giving a policy for the exception instead of crafting our water for the exception. So thank you for that explanation.
Great. Council and Nalisa, thank you very much. Council, I want us to try to be, again, honest and respectful of everyone's time. This is a very full agenda, and one of the things I want us to make sure of, it's not just the time of us on the dais, but also the time of the folks in the audience that are hoping to hear us discuss and potentially make decisions on items. So we've had a pretty robust discussion. If there are not additional specific questions for the presenter, I'm going to ask for consideration of a motion for council to continue discussion. Yes, Sarah.
So can I add the clarifications that I've tried to do, and we let Melissa do hers first before we do that? Before we make a motion, please.
Sure, Sarah.
Okay. I will say I did and have done for the last, I don't know how many years, a very exhaustive evaluation of our winter averaging data. I've worked with Jackie Bob in the past. Did not have him to work with this time, and with the pandemic, everything. I provided that information to Amber at the beginning of June. It was not passed on to Nalisa to be included in this evaluation. So there were very few homes with people living in them that actually had zero water usage for their winter average. Most of those homes that had the zeros were homes that were vacant, under construction, or demoed, which is a huge issue that we needed to address. I will also say that we have already adopted our tax rate so that nobody will get a benefit of a reduced tax rate for this next year. If we move this onto the rates, so everybody will be paying the same tax rate plus the increase that we're proposing here. So people who have had a zero, very low water usage, people will end up paying a base rate plus a minimum of 1,000. So they'll go from $0 a month for their sewer bill to over 30 every month under the proposed plan, and with their same tax rate. And so that's to me a big issue that we need to consider. Yeah, I don't think that we have thoroughly evaluated the options for addressing the homes under construction and how we get them to pay their fair share. I don't think that has been adequately considered, and the Utility Commission did not have that information in front of them when they made their recommendation, because it was not included in the evaluation that was presented to them at any of the meetings that they've had that discussion. So.
Okay.
I personally would like us to postpone a vote on this for another month so we can take a look at some things that I had talked to Nalisa about last week and we did not have the information for, and that the Utility Commission can take a look at this again next month before we vote on it. So that would be my request, because I think we haven't considered all the things that need to be considered.
I certainly think that you have the right to make that motion at this point, if you would like to request it and determine whether or not there is majority support for that decision, or if anybody else would like to make the motion. I would, again, like to state that for the sake of conversation, let's get some action. We can move on to discussion. If we have discussion points specifically for Nalisa, then we can do that now. Otherwise, let's talk in terms of either postponement or other action. Yes, Amy.
I mean, if Sarah wants to do her motion to postpone, she can put it up for a vote, but I have a different motion. So it's up to you, Sarah. I'll defer to you to put your motion up for postponement, or I can make my motion.
Okay, well, I would like to just table this until next month. I move to table this vote until next month.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion to postpone decision until next month. Do we have a second? Okay. Well, the motion fails for lack of a second. Amy, you said you had a motion as well?
I do. I'm listening to all the different comments that have been made, and I have a motion to put up to see if it would satisfy maybe even everyone. We'll see. I would move to adopt the recommendation of the Utility Commission to establish an annual reserve fund for vehicle replacement reserves, establish the recommended base fees, establish the recommended volumetric fees according to scenario 3, direct that the budget be adjusted to reflect the additional percentage collections that are directed towards debt service, and request that the Utility Commission further evaluate the standby fee option.
I will
Okay,
second the discussion. I actually just got an email from somebody in the neighborhood. It was sent to Sarah and I, and it just says, water utility, FYI, I'm building a lot, I'll just say on Timberline. When I applied for a permit, the city required me to turn on my water. I don't have any usage, and I pay a water demand fee of $30 a month. So that's not the wastewater, but
Well, that actually gets to a point I was going to ask, because under that scenario, that person would fall under scenario 3. Then.
they would be paying the base rate
Right.
to get a building permit. So it would just be the inactives. I could use myself as an example of an inactive. I own a property on Vale that has been sitting while we've been doing plans, and we turned the water off. So that property is currently not it doesn't have an active water connection. So I'm not receiving a bill. So in that instance, that LUE fee would kind of be the stopgap on that, where either there should be like a connection fee for a property that's sat vacant that comes back on, or the LUE fee that was proposed by Nalisa. It seems like that's the instance it would kick in if it's being billed to the property owner at their last known address on their taxes, right? So
That is correct.
I think
Mayor, if I could clarify the process for how this will happen. So you all would take a vote tonight. We would bring back an ordinance at the next council meeting for your approval. And then we would start the process of notification. So I think we're probably about 60 to 90 days out from making this effective on the customers.
Yeah, that's a really good clarification. Thank you, Amber. We have a motion.
That's my motion to reflect that we're moving towards an ordinance, or is my motion still okay?
Your motion's great. We just needed the direction of what fees you were proposing so we could draft the ordinance accordingly.
Okay.
So to clarify, there's still more public participation opportunity on this. We have not officially adopted the rate.
Correct.
We will adopt it by ordinance at a future meeting.
Right.
Correct.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second.
Wendy, would you accept an amendment to the motion I made to clarify that it would be the two rates that would be the two fees would be to be adopted in an ordinance at a future meeting?
Yes, I accept that amendment.
Just for clarity of the record, so that can be provided.
Great.
Um,
Thank you. Go ahead, Gavin.
Go ahead. You have a motion and a second, correct?
That's correct. Open to discussion.
So on your motion, Amy, I don't have any problem with amending the budget that was already adopted. I don't think we can legally amend the fee that was already, the rate that was already adopted. Did you say that?
Well, the way I worded it, because I was trying to get at what you were saying to make sure that it was clear how the additional money would be used. So I said direct that the budget be adjusted to reflect the additional percentage collections that are directed towards debt service.
What we could do is take that and apply it to the next year's tax rate.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. It's a chicken and the egg thing, and I don't think there's any way around it. You have to collect it before you can not ask for that amount of money next year on your INS rate. So
okay, so how
we'll get there, but we have to collect it before we don't need it.
Okay, so should I amend it, or do we think that
Yeah,
that
I would just drop your reference to the tax rate. You can leave it. You can keep the budget reference, but
I don't have the tax rate. It just says direct that the budget be adjusted to reflect the additional percentage collections that are directed toward debt service.
Perfect. You're good.
Okay.
If we're going to adopt these rates, we are going to need to notify the residents really quickly that the procedure for our winter averaging is changing, because people have 6 weeks before we start water usage that counts towards your winter average. And some of the high-end users or people that have intermittent high usages during that 5-month period are going to see huge increases in their sewer bill.
Amber, are you able to find a way to notify residents that this is going to be an ordinance at our next city council meeting, and also just notify them of the potential changes and maybe direct them to the presentation of the utility commission and the city council somehow with our system? How would that get out?
Yes, I could send out a swift reach to everybody, and then formal notification would happen via a letter after the council approves the ordinance.
I would ask you in that notification to be sure and reference the fact that there will be an offsetting decrease on the interest and sinking rate going forward.
Good point.
It offset the big high users.
Well, yes. It may not totally offset it, but I think everyone should know that it's a shift of.
Everybody paying into the system.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have discussion, council? Additional? Are we ready to vote on this? Okay, as you are in order on my screen, Sarah Hudson,
No.
Buck Shapiro,
Yes.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Louis Patillo,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 4-1, and we will start the ordinance drafting. And please, Amber, make sure, and Charlie, that we're properly providing notice of this consideration, which will be brought back for final determination by this council over the course of the next few months.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much for your time this evening. If there's any additional questions or if you think of anything, just let me know. Your staff knows how to find me.
Great. Melissa, I have no doubt we'll have additional questions. Thank you very much for your help in this. And again, a very hearty thank you to the Utility Commission, and especially to Jonathan Miller for taking the time to join us this evening. Very much appreciated. And council, thanks for tipping your hat to the Utility Commission for the work that they've done. It's I'm sure appreciated that you took their views and their recommendations into consideration, and took action upon those. Moving on to item 16, discussion and possible action on the 2020-2021 holiday calendar for the city of Rollingwood, Texas. I hope that this is not controversial. Go for it, Gavin. Show us the controversy.
Amber, is this the same calendar as last year?
It's a bit different. They're the exact same number of holidays, but last year, I think you remember, Christmas fell on a Thursday, and so it was kind of weird. So we rounded off the week there. So instead of, now that it's on a Friday, we're asking for Thursday and Friday off for the Christmas holiday, and then we are asking for Texas Independence Day off.
Hell yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Good job. I move to adopt the 2020-2021 holiday calendar for the city of Rollingwood.
Second.
We have a motion from Gavin, a second from Wendy. Conversation, discussion, not hearing any. Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
and Sarah Hudson.
I think you're muted, Sarah.
Aye.
Great, thank you. The calendar is approved. Appreciate it, council. And just for clarity's sake, guys, I am just going around as you appear on my screen for these votes. So as you turn on and off your cameras, you will rotate on my screen, just in case anyone has an interest as to how folks are being called on. We're going to call up 17, discussion and possible action to establish a meeting time for the city council. Amber, as I understand it, some of the silver lining, I guess, if there is one, to a pandemic, is a level of flexibility on how we need to be, or how we need to join these meetings and when. Potentially providing an option for us to start regularly meeting at an earlier hour if the council so chooses. Is that a good summation of why this is on our agenda?
Yes.
So council, there you have it. Don't want to presume that your schedules have changed sufficiently to allow us to start an extra hour earlier. But if it has, let's consider it.
I'll get us going for consideration. What's your recommended time, Amber? 6 o'clock?
Yes, 6 p.m.
I move to establish a meeting time for all future virtual city council meetings to begin at 6 o'clock and to be reevaluated at the end of our time meeting virtually.
My only comment is I'll be 30 to 45 minutes late to every one of those meetings.
Great.
I don't know if I should even admit that, but it's just the truth because I have kids obligations.
That's fair. So we have a motion, council. Do we have a second to open it up for discussion?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, we have a second for discussion. Thank you, Sarah. Council
You're not
discuss.
Yeah, you're not gonna hurt my feelings if we vote this down, but I just was trying to keep us moving.
What about
Well, I
6:30?
was going to say, the legislature is in session starting in January. How's that going to affect your schedule, Gavin?
Not well. There will be meetings that I miss altogether, but 6 versus 7 won't be much of a difference. So
Okay.
What about 6:30? I have a kid drop off as well that I have to really quickly get back here to try to get on at 6 for the budget meeting. So if there were an option to go to 6:30, that gives us extra 30 minutes. Get back on maybe close to the start.
That'd be great too.
does that make
Give
you?
Bud some more time to get to the meeting too.
All right, let's split the difference. I'll withdraw my former motion. I move to begin all virtual city council meetings at 6:30 and to be reevaluated at the end of our virtual, when we meet virtually.
Just to be clear, I don't mind if y'all start at 6. These things become a marathon.
That might be something we can consider also, a more strict adherence to Robert's rules, and that might allow us to move this along. Although the last time we attempted to do that, we were highly chastised for curtailing conversation, discussion. So in any case, do we have a second for
I'll
the
second.
new motion? A second, Amy?
Yes, I second.
All right, we'll have a motion for 6:30 and a second for same from Amy. Discussion, council? Okay, I'm going to call the vote then. Buck?
Aye.
All right, Amy?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Gavin?
Aye.
Wendy?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We now have an official start time at 6:30 for as long as we are meeting virtually. We'll call up item 18, discussion and possible action to cast a ballot for the TML Health Benefits Pool Region 10 Board of Trustees. Amber, this is, we are moving consistently towards this nomination, and now we're officially being asked to cast our vote. Is that correct? Great. And just as a reminder, we have one of our own in the form of Ashley that is up for this. So council, feel free to cast your vote for whoever, but if I could recommend our homegrown Ashley and a motion and action to take that, I would do it.
I move to cast a ballot for the TML Health Benefits Pool Region 10 Board of Trustees for Ashley Wyman.
Second.
We have a motion from Gavin, a second from Wendy. Do we have discussion, council?
Thank you, Ashley.
Great.
That'd be great. Make us proud.
You better get out there and start wrangling up some more votes. Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Great. Ayes have it, and we have a vote cast for Ashley. Good luck, Ashley. They'll be lucky to have you there. So, as will we. Let's call up item 19, discussion and possible action to reaffirm the city's commitment to the National Wildlife Federation Mayor's Monarch Pledge, and to ask the Park Commission to assist with selecting and implementing pledge actions. This has been brought back by Sarah Hudson, so I'll give her the floor for context. And Sarah, the floor is yours.
Okay. Several years ago, I think actually Tom was mayor at the time, we adopted this initially, and with the master plan and everything else going on, there was not good follow through on actually trying to implement any of the actions on the pledge. Cities commit to only 3 of the items. There's about 24 choices that you can make. It's things like encouraging planting native plants that support the monarchs, reducing pesticide use in the city areas, having a demonstration garden, things like that. We are in the migration pattern for the monarchs, right? They go in the winter to Mexico, and in the summer they fly kind of up the I-35 corridor. And so the purpose of the pledge is to get cities in that flight path to adopt policies that helps provide the appropriate plants to support the monarchs and their migration path. And we actually have several people on the Park Commission right now that are very interested in helping to push this forward. So I just wanted to see if we could get a reaffirmation that this council is interested in pursuing that as well. And then get some help from the Park Commission to help select the appropriate tasks that they want to go forward with, and to perhaps get some plants, because migration will start here in the next month or so. Try and get some annuals that we can put into some of the existing flower beds up there at the park, so that there are some plants available for the migration coming. And they think that they are either members that are willing to purchase, or the possibility of getting donations of some of those plants that we can put in that would be, again, in existing flower beds and not, huge permanent installations.
Great. Thank you very much for the context, Sarah. As I understand it, one of the park commissioners has actually already started on the process, tilling the ground, if the correspondence I reviewed is accurate. Wendy, I see you have your hand raised. I'll tell you what I'd really like to do, guys, is I really would like us to have a motion.
I'll be quicker than you think.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that we have passed an ordinance in the city to ban pesticides on city property. So that's one that we've done. And then the other thing is Mary Elizabeth Kofer has taken up this project on the Park Commission, and she is actually doing it at her own expense, and picking out the plants and doing it in the area behind the ball fields. And she's in process of doing that right now. So I think I will make a motion to reaffirm the city's commitment to the National Wildlife Federation's Mirror Monarch Pledge, and ask the Park Commission to assist with selecting and implementing pledge actions. And I think that they continue to try to push that forward. So I appreciate you having the council reaffirm it. I think it's important.
Thank you.
We have a motion
I'll
from me
second.
and a second from Sarah. Do we have discussion, council? Not hearing any. We'll call.
I will ask one quick question. We haven't passed an ordinance banning pesticide use.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, we did.
It was a
When did we
resolution.
pass
actually.
that? Do what?
It was a resolution.
Resolution. Yeah.
A resolution, I'm sorry, I misspoke. We passed a resolution limiting the use of glyphosate, and then totally outlawing the use of the other really bad ones
In the park.
in the park,
Yeah.
on city property.
On city properties.
Okay.
Right.
We couldn't do it for residents. It's beyond the scope of what we could do as a city.
Right.
Using it on our property, but we did for
Yeah.
city.
Yeah, that's correct. And city administration has actually been pretty diligent in following up with concerns and calls, ensuring that that resolution is being adhered to. by our third parties. We have a motion, a second. Council, do we have additional discussion? Not hearing any. I'll call the vote then. Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Okay, we are once again helping the migratory pattern of the monarchs. Good work, Council, and thank you, Park Commission. Item 20, discussion and possible action related to a plan for oversight of the tax notes series 2020 issued on May 20th, 2020. Amy Patillo, this is your baby. Would you like to provide some context? And then I'm going to ask before we engage in discussion that consider our council consider motion or
Great.
action. Okay.
So I have a one sheet on here, and I know Amber started working on him in response to a comment I made last month that on her items she had one sheets, and Wendy and I also both kind of independently decided to do ones on agenda items that we had placed on the agenda just to see if this is something that would help move forward conversation. So
Great.
Excellent. Yep, they're great.
great. I did miss some bedtimes with Jonah putting them together, but I think hopefully that means we all get to sleep tonight at some point.
You traded some of your bedtimes with Jonas so the rest of us could have some with our children. So we
Right.
thank you very much for that.
So what I did is I put together a potential policy that we could set after this is our third meeting to kind of talk about the idea of some oversight and how we would spend the tax note dollars. So the policy that I have proposed here would require the council to decide to vote to actually decide to move a proposed project through to a public hearing phase and sets some parameters of what would be put on the agenda for us to consider with a project. So the things I put on there and open to any other suggestions, I had an estimate of the proposed project cost, an estimate of the proposed project timeline, any public health or safety features of the proposed project, and a status of any required easements or other agreements required for the proposed project to be shovel ready. So those were some ideas I had. It would also establish a public engagement process. I suggested initially that we at least have one public hearing, and then would require us to have a majority vote after that public hearing. And they would also designate a web page on the city website where people could see projects that had been proposed and which ones had been voted on, so that those who are wanting to follow how we're using those funds can clearly see it. So with that, I would make a motion to set a policy for oversight of the tax note series 2020, reflecting the policy that's proposed in the summary sheet with the agenda packet.
I second.
We have a motion from Amy, a second from Buck. Council, we appreciate respecting the process, and now we're open for discussion.
Can we just set the policy, or do we need, I mean, and I'm fine doing it this way. Do we need a resolution? Do we need, this is, I guess, a Charlie question.
That's a good question.
Charlie, you still with us?
Yes, I'm at this. My mouse doesn't get to my mic unmute fast enough.
No worries.
No, you don't need a resolution for this. It's nice to have it so it's documented in a formal document instead of a minute order, but it's not required.
Okay. I'm fine with just adopting it like this.
Okay.
I think it's great. I appreciate you putting it together. Thank you, Amy. It's helpful to have some transparency and process so that people can understand what we're doing. So I think that's
Man,
good.
if for no other reason than it really gets us to the meat of what we're trying to get done here. So thank you very much again for that. Do we have additional discussion, Council? Not hearing any, I'll ask for the vote. Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Hi.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Again, a very, very tidy way to handle a complex problem. Item 21, discussion and update from the city staff and engineers on Nixon and Pleasant. The Nixon and Pleasant Drive drainage, including but not limited to proposed drainage solutions, impact of IIP study, easements, waiver of liability, and fund availability. Wendy, this is a doozy, and you brought it forward for us. Thank you so much. Can you give a little bit of context as to what we're wanting to do tonight? And I noticed there is also a one sheet. Thank you.
Yes. We have continued to receive communications from the neighbors in this affected area, and there have been a lot of discussions that have happened with overlapping council members, mayors. I've been engaged in conversations with the neighbors and honestly haven't known all of the details of everything that has happened. I've been trying to piece it all together. I know we had an agenda item that was pretty long, that included some discussion in April of 2019. And I think it was just time to bring it back up because these neighbors are wondering, what options are still available for solutions in that area? How does the finalizing of the IIP and those recommendations in the IIP, how does that impact the other proposed solutions that have been suggested for that area? What sort of funding might be available? They're wondering if any of the tax note might be available for it. How are we going to prioritize it? I'm sure there's some safety issues that they feel that they brought to me about, like the water running over the roadway. They're worried about emergency vehicles getting through at the time when the water is flowing over the roadway there. I know I got one of the neighbors texted me when she was, in her car because the roadway was flooding and it was lightning outside, and she was worried about getting out of her car and going into her house and had to park down the street. So I think it's just worth us having a conversation about it. Again, as a council, I asked that LNV and K-Freeze both be here to answer questions about the different options that have been presented over there. And then I think one of the issues that I don't understand that I'd like to get more information about is just the question of easements and liability waivers. And, I'll just kind of see if Amber wants to add anything to that, because she's been helping me on all the communications on this.
Sure. So I know the council had asked LNB to design a project and gave them a certain boundary to work within. Didn't want to spend as much money. And when the design was finished, it was presented to council, and we've got Marcus here who can attest to that. And he informed all of you that the design improvements did not address all of the flooding issues. In fact, very few of the flooding issues, the design that was proposed. And so I know we had conversations with the property owners about the easements and went back and forth, and then embarked on the IIP process. And so in the IIP, they were charged with creating more of a regional approach. And so their approach is much more extensive, addresses it regionally. And I've got Amy Salinas with K-Freeze here to speak to that. I think they too admit in their IIP report that even their design does not address all of the flooding issues that the property owner, these two property owners have. At some point, there was conversation about a waiver of liability should the city do any work, do any of these improvements. Would the property owners be interested in signing a waiver of liability? We heard a sound no from the property owners on that issue. And so I think that's where we are today.
Yeah, thanks, Amber. So just to bring us up to speed, there were discussions around both easements and waivers of liability should the city undertake improvements in the area. Unfortunately, those discussions did fizzle for various reasons, but I do think it's worth revisiting simply because circumstances change, right? So I believe both the Marines and Kevin Schell have joined us this evening, and perhaps it would be helpful to hear from either or both families or homeowners, I guess is a better way to put it.
Yeah, I think it's helpful. And then Kevin, he wrote a really extensive email to the city council, and I know Ashley sent that out before the meeting and asked that everybody just kind of read it to refresh yourselves on what's going on over there. So I think it'd be helpful though to hear from the neighbors and kind of what their concerns are, and get everybody on the same page is what I think we need to do, hopefully.
Kevin, I muted you if you want to unmute yourself and address the council.
Kevin, because this is a little bit more robust issue, we're going to, for you and the Marines, if you feel better, we'll go ahead and extend the time to 5 minutes, and then we're going to try to keep it tight on 5. If that's hopefully that's good. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
This is Kevin Schell, 300 Pleasant Drive. I'm going to read a prepared statement I have first because I think it'll save everybody some time because it addresses some things on the next 2 issues on the agenda. And then when I'm done, I would like to come back and address something that was just said. So remind me if I forget to do that, just to correct something. So I'm going to read this, so it's kind of going to suck. Thank you for taking up this agenda item this evening. I believe the City Council was not aware of how badly the public safety issue at Nixon Pleasant has deteriorated in recent years. The number of storms is increasing that produce drainage volume that exceeds the capacity of the current infrastructure. Each one of these storms is creating multiple scenarios that impact public safety for local residents and visitors to our community. Several times a year now, it's common to see drainage on the road that is much higher than both curbs on Nixon. With the current of the drainage and the debris, there are situations where you can't tell where the road is. I've seen emergency vehicles responding to calls on Pleasant have to turn around on Nixon because of the drainage, which is exactly what they are trained to do, turn around. With Nixon being the obvious entry point for emergency crews from Westlake, this creates delays to calls on Pleasant, Pleasant Cove, and Nixon. I've seen multiple cars hit drainage at full speed, leading to rapid deceleration and loss of control. Most often this happens during the day, likely because people assume this is just one of Rolling Woods puddles you can drive through. If you've not seen it yourself, you would have no clue there could be that much drainage on the roadway. I've seen vehicles lose traction in the current trying to turn onto Pleasant from Nixon. In one instance, they gained control pointing directly at the submerged culvert. Fortunately, in that instant, the driver turned to higher ground before proceeding. The culvert ingress is incredibly dangerous. It is common in average storms for the culvert to be completely submerged with no signs that it exists or where it starts or stops. If you aren't familiar with the area, you wouldn't know there's a 3-foot drop off. I've seen drivers come way too close. Someone could literally drown if they get stuck in there. For that matter, I've seen drivers almost run into it during a sunny day. If anybody remembers the police chase, that was the last time it happened. Another area of concern is the oddity that all the drainage on the road is. When we have storms during the day without lightning, I've seen adults and children check out all the water. Of course they will walk into it. Most of us are stupidly curious. If someone got together a culvert, not knowing it was there, that'd be very bad. We all know not to mess with drainage on the road. We also know this doesn't stop people from doing it. For more details on these incidents and more, see the letter I sent to council on August 19th. I also want to raise awareness to this council that a solution to the roadway flooding was completed by city engineers and ready for bid in early 2018. The current residents in the area were involved in the design of the solution and were in verbal agreement with what would be required from an easement perspective. I don't recall why this didn't move forward, but I think it was because the allocated funds were needed for the Oakville emergency in 2018. I've been told by the city this solution was not presented to K-Freeze for the IIP. While no solution is perfect, this one at least addressed massive amounts of drainage, unlike the 2019 trench design that the city decided against. It also has a price tag that is at least $4.5 million less than the currently proposed in the IIP. The cost savings has significant impact to the city's comprehensive plan. I'd like to see that savings going things towards a new city hall for Rolling Police and our city employees. No more working at the dais. This evening, I encourage the council to dig into the public safety issues in the area. This week, Chief Brady was gracious enough to spend time to educate me on how the city deals with flooding and what would happen in an emergency. He also got to witness the road flooding in a storm last week firsthand. While not a big storm, it did impede traffic and prevented a neighbor from getting to her home. My understanding is she approached the chief as well. You will hear from her shortly. I also encourage the council members who have not met with one of the local residents on site to do so. I guarantee you'll learn something. Everyone is surprised by the scale of the problem and what has been done throughout the basin that is adding to the problem. Videos don't do it justice. There's a lot of history in the area that predates the current council and administration. In coordination with my neighbors, our ask of the council this evening is to assign a council member to be a liaison with the residents, city engineers, and attorney, with the goal of next month coming back to council to present for discussion a reasonable solution that's feasible for all parties and can be completed with available funds. I'm available anytime to answer questions from the council or anyone from the public about drainage in the area. Thank you for the time. That's my statement. And the quick correction, in the past, for the two different designs I've been involved in, at least myself, I was only offered, we only had discussion about easement. There was no waiver liability discussion. So I've been told, and Amber, I briefly discussed, that would be part of a future conversation. But I don't recall ever seeing that in any of the further conversations, and I certainly didn't have it with anybody that's currently on the council. So that's a correction. I do not know what you're talking about, and I think Mike would say the same thing if he was online.
Well, and fair enough, Kevin. I'll tell you what, if we've misstated or if I've misstated that, my sincerest apologies. We can have Amber and or Ashley go back. That would have been a document that was prepared by Doug Young. We can go back and check and see if we can find drafts of that to either, help set one of us into a better position there, a clear field of understanding. Either way, I think you've presented a great bit of information for the council, and I will open up discussion options back. Did I hear correctly that the Marines are not available at this point? Okay.
They have their hands up, it looks like.
They do. They can unmute their mic now and address the council.
Great, guys, and I'll same directions, please. 5 minutes, and then we can let council ask questions as needed. Hey guys, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. You might check to make sure you're not muted on your side. That'll be the microphone icon. Change it from orange to blue.
It looks like it's blue.
If you're using Chrome, Chrome and IP Video Talk don't play well together. So Firefox is a better browser.
There's also a way to call in, isn't there, Ashley?
There is. There's a phone number on the agenda, and you just have to enter the meeting ID if you'd like to call in instead.
Tell you what, I will do you one better. So for the meeting ID, that is, or the phone number, if you want to try this, it is 617-315-8088.
If there are any questions of the engineers in the meantime, they're both available.
And just let me provide the meeting ID really quickly, 163-179-441. Again, that number 617-315-8088 with the meeting ID 163-179-441. So I tell you what, let's, while we give them an opportunity to get on the line, if there's any questions for the engineers, as Amber pointed out.
Can you all hear me?
Wow, with an amazing echo, but yes.
Okay, wow. Is there a way to?
Pretty amazing. It's
How's that? Is that better?
But it's better.
Okay. All right. I apologize for the difficulties. We tried to do it over the computer, and the microphone was blue, but you all couldn't hear us. So anyway, my name is Jen Marine. Some of you I know, some of you I don't. My husband and I live at 303 Nixon. We've raised and continue to raise 4 kids in this house. Our oldest is now a sophomore honor student at UT and is a graduate of Westlake High School. We have one that's a junior now at Westlake, one in 5th grade, one in 1st grade. I've never spoken to council at any meeting before, although we've been here for over 10 years. And first and foremost, I want to thank you all for your public service to our community, for everything that you have done, everything that you continue to do. I've jotted down a few notes, so I'm going to kind of try to go through those pretty quickly. A few weeks ago, Councilwoman Henley had been getting some feedback about this issue and reached out to me. I'm very grateful that she did. Every year, roughly in about April and October, when the rains come, there's usually at least one heavy rain event every rain season that floods that whole street area at the intersection of Pleasant and Nixon with water that is high, very fast moving, very dangerous. It's frightening. It's a situation that keeps me up at night. Last October, there was a lightning strike over at 301 Pleasant, which is like across the way, kind of diagonal from us across that intersection. And this was during one of these very heavy rain events where, you know, there was just massive amounts of water all over the intersection flowing through very fast. And at our house, we heard that lightning strike. It was terrifying. We all jumped out of our skins. The dog went nuts. And we learned later that at that house over there, they've got it's a family with young children, and that the sparks came out of the sockets in the wall. And then we heard the emergency vehicles that were trying to get through. They called 911 after lightning struck their house. And, you know, we heard the sirens, and we realized that they couldn't get through, which was, you know, as you can imagine, super scary. They had to take some time to figure out how to go around and eventually get to that house. But, you know, it was some time before they could work that out. So soon after that, maybe a week or a couple weeks later, there was more rain predicted, and I went out and noticed that there were barricades that were put up to protect people from coming through this area and getting caught up in that heavy, fast-moving water at the intersection. So there was a barricade way up the hill on Nixon and way up on Pleasant Drive and up on Hatley as well. And it's terrifying to think that there's all this rain and all of a sudden there's no access to all of these homes. Folks who live in these homes can't get out of their homes, can't get to their homes if they're not home at the time that these barricades go up. There was no notice given to all of these residents. I mean, I just happened to notice the barricades, and I had no idea, you know, where they came from, how they were, you know, what what the determination was to say, okay, this is when we need them, this is when we don't, this is when they're going up, this is, there was no, we didn't get any notice that, okay, you're not going to be able to get to your house or out of your house. And when you see where these barricades go up, you're talking 20 to 30 houses, because you've got all the houses up and down Nixon, all the houses up and down Pleasant Drive, the Pleasant Cove cul-de-sac, and then up Hatley as well. It's not a sustainable way to deal with this public safety issue. My kids know they have strict instructions. They may not go out of the house during these heavy rains. When this happens, we get the kids inside, we get the dog inside, we make sure we've got enough food. If I have enough warning, I always move my car up to higher ground. I park up in front of neighbors' houses that are up the street. Sometimes, I don't have warning and, I don't know it's coming. One day last fall, we woke up in the morning, there was heavy rain that had come in overnight. So, my son's late to school because the car's in the driveway and we can't safely drive out on the street and across that intersection. It's been this way for a couple years now. 10 years ago, this was a non-issue. This problem didn't exist. There's a little bit of water on the road, but in the, I'd say, past 3 to 4 to maybe even 5 years is when it's really built up, and every rain season, it's more and more and more. Last week, as Kevin mentioned, I was coming home and there was, rain while I was out, so I couldn't get home because there's all this rain and all this water on the street, and I had to park up the street, and there was a ton of lightning, so I was really hesitant to get out and walk through all that water to my house. Chief Brady came out to take a look at it, which I was very grateful for. We're so appreciative that he's there in case anything happens, but of course he can't make that water go away. He can just be there in case there's any kind of disaster. These days with the pandemic, as y'all know, people walk all over our streets, and it's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing, and we are so lucky to live in a community where when we're having to be home so much, we can get out and enjoy the beautiful weather and walk through our neighborhood, go for a jog, walk the dogs. The kids can go biking independently around the neighborhood. We see half of Rollingwood walking past our house on a daily basis, but that makes me worry when the rain comes because people don't know. They have no idea how high and how fast and how dangerous that water can get there at that intersection. It's amazingly stressful to live here knowing that twice a year there's going to be some kind of rain event where I'm not going to be able to get to my house, or the kids can't leave the house. When I'm here, if I see it, I can call Chief Brady, I can alert folks, but I think about if it's at night and there's a teenager, an inexperienced driver driving home, if we're out of town, we have no idea what's happening, and folks are walking by, kids are biking by, people's pets are coming by. I don't want to see anything. I don't want to see anything disastrous or tragic happen. It is not safe water. It is dangerous water. It is potentially fatal water. Kevin mentioned that we can look out the window and see cars on occasion coming by, hitting that water and losing control. So I'm urging the council to consider. There have been a series of blueprints laid out in the past. I know many years ago there was a cheaper solution, and then it was the turn of the year, like at the end of 2018 and 2019, when there was a set of blueprints drawn up to put the infrastructure in place to get this water off the street and underground. I would urge the council to look at that solution and consider some of this funding that's available from these tax notes currently and going ahead and getting that work done so that we can address this public safety issue. I will mention 3 things really quickly. The first is that, I understand that this issue in the past has been tied into an impervious cover issue. I would urge you all to separate those two issues. If there's any rule made now or in the future about any kind of impervious cover issue, it's not going to do a lick of anything to get the water off the road that's already on the road here at this intersection now. The second thing I would ask y'all to consider is, I understand that sometimes when folks talk about drainage, they think often about the issue over at Edgegrove. Obviously, there's various smaller drainage issues all over the community, and if one day we can address all of those, wonderful. But at Edgegrove, we have a way to block it. We have a way to prevent folks from driving through there, and when it is blocked, it doesn't prevent anyone from getting to and from their home. It doesn't prevent emergency vehicles from getting to and from someone's home in the event that there's something that happens during a major rainstorm, like a lightning strike, or like simply some kid jumping off the bed and busting their head and needing stitches or something. And people can still get to their homes when the water crossing at Edgegrove is closed off. I also hope you'll understand the third thing is that I'm not here in my own self-interest. When there's construction to solve this problem one day, I've got to live with that construction project in front of my house. We've got to donate a piece of our lot in the form of an easement in order to get this project done. And we just want to make sure that this isn't going to be an issue that's going to cause, as I've already mentioned, some sort of sad situation in the future. I will hopefully sleep a little better knowing that I've alerted y'all to the problem, so you no longer don't know how serious it is. And again, I want to sincerely thank you for your service and for your time and for the work that you all do for the community. I know it can sometimes be a difficult and thankless job, and I want y'all to know how much we appreciate you. I'll pray that you consider all this and make a wise decision, and please don't hesitate to reach out to my husband or I. Call, text, email, come by. We're happy to talk, tell you about what we've seen, answer any questions.
Jennifer, thank you so much for taking the time. Very well said, and excellent points for us to take into consideration. Kevin, thank you also again for your time. Council, we don't have action on the agenda today. We have discussion, but there's quite a bit to discuss, and we have done a fair amount of research over a number of years on this. What questions? How do we bring this back to the forefront? How do we start reconsidering the safety concerns and what are very valid concerns from our residents? Yes, Gavin.
Well, I think Mr. Shell makes a reasonable request of us to try to get sort of a point of contact. And I know we've all sort of served as a point of contact at one point or another on this over the last several years. So, I mean, I think that's a reasonable request. I'm happy to take a crack at it. Or somebody else can too. Like I said, we've all had interactions on this issue. So, and I think we each kind of have different entry points. I was more involved in it back in 2018. And then my life took a turn for the last couple of years, so I haven't been as involved. And I know others have been involved. I know Sarah was involved prior to that. So, I mean, anyone is perfectly qualified to be that liaison, but if no one steps up, I'm happy to do it. That's my comment on that. I do have some questions for the engineer, but we can come back to that.
Okay. Anybody else have a few comments or comments before Gavin brings up the engineers?
I appreciate Gavin volunteering to be the point person. I would be thrilled if he would do it, unless someone else is really just chomping at the bit.
I think you would be a great person to lead that. I appreciate you volunteering as well. And I know you have a lot of knowledge about all of this drainage and zones and all of the things you've been working on. So thank you for stepping up.
It won't be the first one you solve, Gavin. No pressure.
Well, yeah. We'll see if the other one's solved.
Good. I agree with those sentiments. I tell you what, Gavin, I'm going to give you the floor once again for questions for Ellen B and Kay Freeze, assuming they're still with us at this hour.
Yeah, I think Kay Freeze is who I'd like to talk to first.
Okay. Amber, would you make sure that they're still available and unmute as necessary?
AB, if you can unmute yourself.
I'm here.
Okay, so I'm looking at the IIP, and I know, I don't think, just speaking for myself, I know I had sticker shock on the cost for this regional approach, which is 5 million plus, and I'm not necessarily debating that number, but I guess my question, maybe request. So, I think it's important to know, and in fairness, we did ask you to take a regional approach. So that is not on you. We asked you to look at this regionally, and I still stick by that. I guess my point is, though, so the cost is contained in Project ID-M. But as noted in the IIP, Project ID K and V are also included in M. But when I look at the proposed improvements under M, K, and V, all you did was cut and paste the same thing. And so I can't see what the difference is that you're proposing for K and V, because you rolled it all into M. And so what I would be interested in you doing for us is, at least, I think, and I don't know, because I have to sit down and we have to get some people together and get in a room and discuss this and look at some of the iterations that we've looked at in the past. But it seems to me that when we're looking at something regionally like this, and you decide to put it, and rightfully so, because it's a regional approach, you put it in 3 different identified projects, those being M, K, and V. But I can't, I don't know what was envisioned for K and V, because it's all in M. And so, to me, if we're looking at, if we have somewhat sticker shock with the $5 million, that's understandable. And I'm not even saying that what the full regional approach wouldn't cost $5 million. It very well may. But I'd like to know what M costs, what K costs, and what V costs, because I think at the end of the day, what we may end up coming to the conclusion to is that this needs to be a phased in approach. And so maybe we need to just look at phase 1, and then let's look at what phase 2 is and phase 3 is. Now, if that can't work, obviously let's talk about it. But we need to do something here. We need to take a step, even if we have to take those steps over the course of some years. But I would be interested in trying to get a phase 1 under our belts, even if we're committed to try to continue the phases going forward. But we have to be able to take a bite out of this apple without having to go out for a $5 million bond or something like that.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying. And I think that's something we could do, is break out those costs of each of those phases and kind of see what we can do there. I also wanted to provide a little bit of an overview of the history of this area, and just being that I did have some involvement with the drainage study that L&V had performed as well. So I can kind of talk a little bit about the big picture stuff of the infrastructure improvement plan, and then moving into some of the localized drainage issues. And so with the IIP, that was looked at more of the holistic solutions that were looking to address bigger problems like the 100-year storm event and reflecting the criteria that was set in the manual. Now there is opportunity to provide different multiple configurations and phases and combinations of those solutions. But what the report intends to tell you as a community is just give some perspective of the magnitude of the problems and help prioritize and strategize implementation. And so as a tool for this plan, is the next step is to then develop projects. And so this is something that we are in agreement on pursuing further, that we start looking at more specifically what it is we can do to identify alternatives and maximize that benefit cost so that it's as beneficial and cost effective as possible. And so moving to the approach that was presented in the L&D drainage study, that was intended to solve more of the localized problem there at the intersection of Nixon and Pleasant, as discussed by the two property owners on this call. And what that aimed to do was provide at first it was looking at a 6x3 box culvert there in place of that pipe that's currently across Nixon Drive. Looking further in our analysis at that time, we saw that the capacity of that 6x3 was going to provide maybe about 10 CFS of capacity. And I saw that in the email from Mr. Shell that there was an event, I think on June 20th, that caused a lot of issues there on the property. Looking at that storm event, that was about 60 CFS. So given to perspective, the 6x3, while helpful, maybe wouldn't provide enough benefit for, say, that type of event. And so that's when we started looking at the problem a little bit more in detail, and that's when we started to look at a trench drain solution that would capture some of that flow that's sweeping across the road and into 303 Nixon, and then also providing some benefit and relief to 300 Pleasant with some storm drain and inlet improvements. And then there was a junction box that was proposed that would allow for the future phasing of additional storm drains that could extend further up, that's kind of presented in that IIP. So I think there is an opportunity for us to phase this. I think it's some combination of the solutions that have been presented. We can take note of your comments and present what we think that M and that K and V, each of those phases would cost, and then provide that information to you.
Okay, great. Well, we don't have to get into the details tonight, but unless this honor is taken away from me by one of my colleagues, I'll be in touch, and we'll probably have a pre-meeting with maybe y'all and L&V, and then we'll move in and have a more robust meeting with the homeowners, and then we'll figure out what the next step is from there.
Great. Thank you, Gavin. Sincerely for taking the lead on that. Anybody else have thoughts, questions for engineers?
I think
Okay.
that the question I had in my list overall, just that it didn't really negate the previous solutions by L&V. Actually, it sounds like Cape Freest and L&V have kind of worked together on this, or there's somebody who's on it on both sides. So hopefully that will move this forward for the property owners. I appreciate you taking the lead, Gavin. And yeah, I don't have any more questions for the engineers. I am wondering if Amber needs anything else to secure the necessary easements. Are there any other resources she needs for that? Or the city attorney, or how does that?
Well, I think the right course of action there is to let Gavin start engaging and figuring out exactly what we need. And of course, at some point you'll need budget going forward. So, but if we're going to have a point person, as both the residents have requested, then maybe the right course of action is to let that point person, which that's on Gavin's plate. It's a good plate to be on. Let him kind of flesh out next steps, and then we can start considering engaging legal counsel and incurring additional costs. That is all under the assumption that Gavin is, it goes without saying, I know Gavin too well. He's not sitting on this. So
I'll get on it.
yes, sir. Thank you. I know you will. Okay.
Gavin,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, I'm willing to help you out.
Let's do it. I'm in.
Okay.
And
Great.
just for the record, that means I'm out because of the quorum issue. So I cannot.
Well, I think we can. Well, we'll talk about that. We'll find a way to keep everyone apprised.
Okay, that'd be great.
Just don't discuss opinions. Okay. Council, do you have any additional discussion on this? I think we've got a good plan going forward. I'll tell you what, Kevin, Jennifer, Mike, you guys don't hesitate to reach out. I know you won't. I hope the discussion here has been helpful, and obviously wait to see what the results are. But I hope this was a good outcome for you this evening. With no other discussion, we will move on to item 24, discussion and possible action to direct staff to issue an RFP to request services to locate all easements in the city of Rollingwood. Guys, I kind of thought about actually taking this off for later consideration, and maybe we still want to. But one of the things that, as we don't put these plans together to collect dust, right? And so we do have the IIP, and we have any number of other considerations. And as we have tried to move forward with these, what we have run into is that we do not have, as a city, a central collection of documents, despite what I've been told previously. By previously, I mean the better part of 3, 4, 5 years ago, as I was trying to get to the bottom of some of this. Any kind of collection of documentation that demonstrates with a level of confidence where our easements, right-of-way, et cetera, exist. And that makes it pretty difficult as we start moving into comprehensive planning discussions with actionable tasks attached to them. So at some point, I would really appreciate the council taking this under consideration. I think a smart task, or this is a smart task for perhaps the Utility Commission to undertake going forward. Yes, sir.
Well,
Go ahead, Gavin.
Finish it, then I have a question.
That's just providing some level of context as to why this is appearing on your agenda this evening.
My question is, what type of firm or business entity would reply to an RFP like this? Is it a landman group or what?
Well, I'm going to say that because I have a biased background in that type of work and that type of due diligence work. So yes, it could be. If somebody else has another idea of how to go about it, certainly open to discussion and suggestion there. But by my best estimation, you would contact a land services group, which would be staffed by landmen who would then go through our public records, and then depending on how, kind of what the scope of that search would be, they would determine through both public records and hopefully the city hasn't been deficient in filing any of our easements and other conveyance documents publicly, but who knows, 65 years worth of history, right? So
Yeah.
that would be my initial thought. Yes.
Then I think I'm supportive then of going ahead and drafting the RFP to try to get some bids in the door before oil and gas prices come back.
It is you got some pretty good talent looking for work right now, so that might not be a bad idea.
I mean, I don't think it doesn't cost us anything to throw the line in the water.
Just staff time. So if council believes it's a worthwhile endeavor, I would suggest considering instruction to staff, and I wouldn't shy away from approaching Utility Commission to see if it is a task they wish to spearhead going forward as well.
I got a motion.
Go for it, Amy.
I would move to direct staff to issue an RFP to request services to locate all easements in the city of Rollingwood, and request that the Utility Commission consider advice on this task as well.
Great. We have a motion. Second.
Second.
No second from Gavin. Do we have discussion, council? Not hearing any. Go ahead.
My only discussion is I think Amy made an excellent motion, and based on your earlier comments tonight, it sounded like, or someone's comments, that Utility Commission did a good job in kind of sorting through and interviewing and talking to potential RFP respondents, and so I think it would be under the purview of Amy's motion to go ahead and let them take a stab at that and maybe send us a couple of recommendations if they're interested in spearheading it.
Sure. Well, I don't know if Jonathan's still with us, but I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that they did such a bang up job that we have found another task for them.
What happens when you do work?
It makes a level in my mind. It makes a level of logical sense for them to undertake it, especially considering that P&Z has so much on their plate as we work through the planning process. So, in any case, we do have a motion and a second, council. Do we have additional discussion? Not hearing any. Buck Shapiro.
Aye.
Amy Patillo.
Aye.
Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
And Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Thank you, council. And Amber, if staff has any questions, I'm happy to help provide any experience I had in a previous life. 25, discussion and possible action to update our city council on status of engineering study of Riley Road and the intersection at Vance Lane for the purpose of placement of traffic control devices, and to revise the scope of engineering task order to include alternative traffic and speed data sources. Wendy, this is one of your babies. You want to give us some context here, and well, you've done that in the form of a one sheet.
We put 25 and 26 together.
I am not opposed to that. We'll also call up 26, discussion and possible action to give direction to staff to prepare an RFP for residential and commercial traffic study, or an RFP for as-needed traffic consulting services, including but not limited to conducting studies and analysis of traffic engineering, operations, planning, parking, and design services for ongoing projects throughout the city.
I write those agenda items just so you have to read them.
I don't doubt this at all. When we go back to in-person meetings, I'm not going to be as inclined to read it word for word, just so we know.
So yeah, let me lay this out. So we had on our last city council agenda a task order for an engineering study for the Riley Road speed hump. Since we found out that part of the scope of the project was that they were going to be collecting data from the traffic control sign that is located there, which is actually not a good sign to really collect data from, because of the location of it close to Vance Road, and just because it's only getting the traffic that's coming in from Stratford, and it's a very short run. But long story short on that, as we've moved through this agenda issue, and as I've had some consultation with the city attorney, who Charlie's here, so I'll let him kind of chime in on some of this. I did look for some consultation about whether or not the city is required to have a engineered study in order to install a single speed hump. And the reason I thought it was important to kind of find out what really legally we're required to do is that, the scope of the project for the engineering study for the single speed hump was about $10,000 without them having collected the traffic data. And it was going to be an $890 more by adding the traffic and speed collection on it. And so I have Charlie kind of prepped to talk about what, what alternatives that we have as a small city to be able to look at placement of traffic control devices in our city without having to go through an expensive engineering study each time. So hopefully he's still with us and can kind of just update the council on what he let me know about.
Sure. So the first thing I asked is whether or not y'all had a policy in place with respect to the placement of speed calming devices. And my understanding is you don't have a policy in place. So every time there's a request for a traffic calming device, whether it be a speed bump or a speed hump or whatever it might be, you're kind of going at it from an ad hoc standpoint with no real decision-making criteria with respect to whether or not a speed hump is appropriate or a speed bump is appropriate. And so I recommended that you create a policy that details how a speed hump or speed bump as a traffic calming device can be requested, and go through the process of one time of having an engineer describe what is the best location and not location for having a speed hump. How close to a stop sign, what size of road should it be, those types of things, and create that policy, and then create a policy what it takes for an individual street, for example, to request a traffic calming device, so that everybody knows the rules well in advance of when a traffic calming device is being requested. And it's the same process every single time. There was a concern about placing speed humps or speed bumps when a traffic engineer determines that it's not warranted. A city doesn't have any liability for the placement of speed bumps or speed humps, regardless of whether or not it's warranted by a traffic engineer. It's a discretionary decision on behalf of the city council, so long as you don't design it in such a way that it becomes a special defect in the road. So you want to make sure it's designed appropriately, but with respect to a decision to place it, that's a discretionary decision. And you're going to have immunity from those types of claims. And I don't know if you need anything more than that, but that's my basic speech.
No, I really appreciate that. It really does help us to find out what we can do to help make this more uniform for residents. I think one of the things that you had mentioned to me that you'd seen in other municipalities who have policies that you explained that there were municipalities that do cost sharing or required surveys. Can you explain what the best practices are and how other municipalities, different policies that you've seen?
Yeah, I can. Well, certainly, best practices. Well, I don't know. It's dependent upon the community, right? But generally speaking, because a speed hump or a speed bump is usually requested by a street. That's normally what happens, right? There's speeding on the street or some other traffic issue that people believe necessitates a traffic calming device. And so the benefit is to the street. It's not to the remainder of the community. And so typically it requires a petition of a certain percentage of the street owners to request it. And then it also requires the street owners to actually pay for the cost of the installation of the speed hump, because it benefits only the street and it doesn't benefit the community as a whole. And so the use of tax dollars to which benefits only a very small portion of the public isn't necessarily the right use of those tax dollars. But they also can provide, policies can provide for tax sharing in certain circumstances. It just depends on the policy that you want to adopt.
Great. And then just one more point of clarification, because it had been presented to the council at one point that we are required to follow the uniform manual of traffic control devices that TxDOT has out. Could you just weigh in on that for the record?
Well, two points. The Texas Uniform Traffic Control Manual actually doesn't even address speed humps or speed bumps. It addresses signage for speed humps and speed bumps, but it doesn't actually address appropriate locations or construction or anything like that. So it's not even applicable. But second of all, again, it's where you place those things, the decisions on those types of devices are discretionary on behalf of the city council. And the courts have looked at those types of requirements. For example, warrants of stop signs, which the Uniform Traffic Control Manual actually does provide input on. Even that is not considered to be mandatory. It's considered to be discretionary. And so it's discretionary on behalf of the council as to whether or not they place a stop sign in a particular location, regardless of whether or not it's warranted by the Texas Uniform Traffic Control Manual. But again, that particular manual does not address placement of speed humps or speed bumps. It only addresses signage related to them.
Great.
What I'm familiar with.
Thank you.
And I'm not an engineer. I'm just a lawyer.
Not just a lawyer, Charlie. You're our lawyer.
Just a lawyer.
All right. So just for clarification's sake, to wrap it all up, what we probably as a council should consider doing is having a policy in place. It's a good policy to have an engineer kind of draft that so that we know what the best engineering practices are for location of speed humps, in relation to stop signs and whatnot. And then be able to make some policy decisions on whether or not we want to do some cost sharing with residents and petitions, and how we want that drafted up is sort of the way forward that we could handle this in a more uniform manner and a timely manner for residents requesting. So that being said, there's 2 agenda items. Under number 25, I am going to make a motion that we cancel the task order for Kay Freese to do a traffic study for the speed hump. I got confirmation from Amber that they have not started on it because they did not have the traffic information from the sign. And through their agreement, you just give them 7 days notice and pay them for any work done. So as far as I know, there's not been any work done on that at this time. So I would make the motion that the council cancel the task order for the Riley Road speed study.
Second.
Great.
Want to call a vote?
Oh, sorry. I didn't see the second.
It was Amy.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Yeah. Motion from Wendy, second from Amy. Do we have discussion, council?
Nope. Let's vote.
There we go. Voted and it is. Wendy.
Aye.
Amy.
Aye.
Gavin.
Aye.
Buck.
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you for your work on that, Wendy. And that is addressing just one item. Next one.
So 26, I have a item for your consideration, and it's 2-pronged. First, the last traffic study that the city of Rollingwood had done was in 2001. It was on 4 streets. And so I asked the city staff to scan that, and it's in there under agenda item number 25. Is it in there? It was, yeah, traffic calming study 2001, if anyone's interested in reading that. So I have 2 scenarios here for council consideration. In the agenda item, it's either to have the staff prepare an RFP for a residential and commercial traffic study that could be used with our comprehensive plan, or to actually have them prepare an RFP for as-needed traffic consulting services for conducting studies of traffic analysis, engineering, operation, parking, etc., which could cover the scope of what we're wanting to do with this policy for the traffic calming devices. So those 2 options are for your consideration.
Great. Thank you for putting that together. Council, do we have a motion? Desire to take action on this. It is a worthwhile venture, especially under the processes you're currently seeing in the city.
So I understand the RFP for as-needed consulting services. Would we also do an RFP for a comprehensive traffic study?
We could do a hybrid. I just don't know. I've heard that the traffic study will cost about $75,000. So I don't think it's budgeted for. And so I wanted to, Kevin says no. No. So that's why I made sure to put in the as-needed consulting services, so that we could just have, the problem is we don't have an engineer who we tasked with this, and so we're blindly getting bids for $10,000 for a single traffic pump without knowing what it should cost for us to get an engineering study on something. So the RFP would help us to have an agreement with them, a formal agreement of what this should cost, so we can budget for things.
Well, I definitely like the idea of finding out the as-needed consulting services, and then if we have a policy that does cost sharing, so that if the request comes in, then there's also a trigger then for potentially cost sharing of residents who live on the street where they're requesting it, and that will help pay for it. I don't know if that part can be paid for or not as well, but so what is your thought, Wendy, having looked at this? Do you think that do we just need the RFP for as-needed consulting services, or should it go out for both of them?
I am inclined to say for the as-needed consulting services. That's what I would make the motion for, but I did want to see kind of where the council fell on it and get that feedback.
I like the as-needed approach.
Well, I would move to have direct the city staff. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was just going to make a motion.
It looked like you were going to talk.
Can you hear me?
Sarah?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Were you going to say something?
I was hoping to, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
We are, I think, planning to have discussion on new city engineer or renewing our city engineering contract next month. It seems unnecessary to me for us to go out for an RFP on this right now when we're going to be talking to engineering firms next month already. And it seems like we should postpone any specific discussion on traffic engineering until after we have evaluated our city engineering staff next month, and then see if we need to do something separate.
So the RFP for the city engineer is a little different in scope than what is being suggested here. And this is, I think, specifically looking at traffic. Not all engineering firms that will respond to the RFP are going to be able to respond to this in the same way. So I feel like they're similar but different. So I still would be inclined to ask for an RFP for the as-needed traffic consulting services, and hopefully have an answer to that specifically so that we can have some cost analysis done of what different things are going to cost us for things that we're going to do moving forward in different projects throughout the city. So, I mean, it's up to the council if y'all want to roll it all into the engineering RFQ that we already put out, but we didn't put this as a scope of that RFQ that we put out.
But we could still ask them when they come in, though, right?
We could. I mean, it's really if we've already received the responses from that, and it could save us some time because we've gone through that process, and I'm not opposed to it. I just don't know that it's been scoped in that specific project, but they could bring it back in their RFQ to say that they could do this as well. It's a valid point.
Question.
Go for it, Gab.
So as not to delay this too much longer for the residents to try to get some conclusion. So we have the engineering question, that piece of it, where to put them, how far away from the stop sign, that sort of thing. But we also have the other piece that we talked about, which is, how do we want to do a petition? If so, do we want to do cost sharing or not? So there's some policy discussion around that, is there not?
I plan to bring a proposed policy back at the next city council meeting. But if the engineering best practices would be different from our policy around how to request it and petitions.
So what I was going to say is maybe we could, since you were already, I was going to suggest that we do that at the next meeting so that we at least take a decent step forward, and then we can have the discussion with the engineers, but I could envision a type of action that we could take that we could go ahead and get the ball moving before the next meeting so that we could have some clarity for the residents and not have to, because if we go out for RFP, you're probably 60 days away from getting that in the door, versus if we go ahead and try to do the policy piece and then have the discussion with, and we might not, maybe the engineering, all the respondents next month, maybe they'll all say that's not our thing, we don't do that. But
yeah, I'm fine with that. I think that's a good plan. I'm not, I really would rather just keep it moving forward because the residents have been asking for 4 years. So,
yeah,
I would like it to be done in a more timely manner. And if y'all feel like that would be the best way to go, I'm happy with that as well. I'm going to bring back the policy part of it, and then we'll plan on speaking with the engineers at the October meeting.
let's do this. Let's have Amber talk to all the respondents and ask them, is this something you do? If the answer from all of them is no, it's not, then Amber could go ahead and bring back an RFP for our approval next time. So that keeps it moving. But if the respondents to the engineering RFP say, yeah, we do that also, then we could go ahead and roll that into our discussions next month.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Great.
Sounds good. So no actions needed on this one, and we'll just go on to the next one.
Outstanding. Okay. If we're all good, then we will move on to discussion items 27. Discussion possible action to direct city staff to create an online message board in compliance with local government code section 551.006, written electronic communications accessible to the public and to update the city communication policy to reflect requirements of the state code. Guys, we started down this road during our last month's meeting in large response to requests from the public for greater transparency and communication. Here we are again. We've got it fleshed out a little bit better. Wendy, another one of your items. Let's keep it high and tight. It's 11 o'clock. Floor is yours if you want to give some context.
I think we should direct staff to create the online message board, and hopefully we'll use it and it will be available to the public for more transparency. I did attach an updated communication policy draft update, the Open Meetings Act Handbook of 2020 that outlines that we can do it, the actual code, section 551.006, that actually describes how it has to be set up and the parameters around it, who can post to it, so that people will understand how it can and can't be used. Some other municipalities who have the message boards set up. And then we don't have an estimate from Network Architects yet of what it would cost. From what I understand, based on reading the documentation on the website and the YouTube video, it says how to set it up in 30 minutes on your own server. So I am going to make a motion to engage consultants to set up an online message board in compliance with section 551.006 with cost not to exceed $1,000.
We have a motion. Do we have a second, council?
Second.
A second from Amy. Open for discussion.
Update the communication policy to reflect the requirements of the state code?
Yes, and also to update I would amend my motion to also update the city communication policy, instruct staff to update the city communication policy to reflect requirements of the state code. And then I have attached here for reference, if y'all feel like it's good enough to adopt now, we could. I added in the attached document under agenda item 27, the last document, updated communication policy, September 2020. Under item number 4A2, I added a paragraph about the city council message board.
Okay, that's what I assumed we were doing with updating the city communication policy to reflect the requirements of state code.
Yes.
Okay.
And also to instruct the staff to set it up.
Right. Yeah, I just, with that additional amendment, that's what I thought I was referring to as updated communication policy.
Correct. What time is it? 11. Okay, we're gonna make.
11:04.
What about?
By the way, my son's computer said it was 10 o'clock, and that's what I've been operating on until Dyson said that it was 11. So you are forbidden from saying the actual time anymore, Dyson.
Sorry, buddy. I just wanted to try to keep us all honest.
Thanks.
Okay, we're gonna vote. There's a motion.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Do we have an additional? Nope. Hearing
Nope.
none. Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Amy. Missed your hand. Go for it.
No, just a quick comment to appreciate Wendy bringing back a list of examples of message boards, because that's what I asked for. And I looked at them, and there are varying degrees of use of them. And I look forward to seeing how our city might use this one.
To varying degrees would be my guess. Not hearing any additional conversation. Wendy.
Aye.
Aye. Amy.
Aye.
Gavin.
Aye.
Buck.
Aye.
Sarah. Okay. Well, records show that Sarah wasn't on the dais for the vote. Motion passes 4-0. And let's see, we will go on to, goodness, only to 28. We're going to get there eventually, guys. Discussion and possible action to affirm that 6 Pleasant Cove is zoned as residential and is limited to the boundaries reflected in the deed records recorded for 6 Pleasant Cove for purposes of zoning map to be adopted with the comprehensive plan. This is a little bit of an odd one for anybody that hasn't been privy to the larger context of the discussions. Amy, you want to give your colleagues a little bit of background on why we're discussing this and affirming what's in the public records?
Sure. And I can also reference all of my colleagues to the multiple rounds of emails that we've received from Shashi Jayakumar and requesting that we address the issue. The issue is that the 2013 zoning map that the city has for the area that is the city park is labeled as 6 Pleasant Cove. And it is also shown as parkland. And so while we are going to have an updated zoning map upcoming when we move through the comprehensive planning process, given the number of emails that have already occurred on this topic, I'm asking for a record vote so we can have some clarity and move forward. That 6 Pleasant Cove is zoned as residential for purposes of the updated zoning map we're going to adopt with the comprehensive plan, and also to designate the actual meets and bounds so that we can have clarity that when we adopt an updated zoning map, that the park will be shown as parkland, that 6 Pleasant Cove will be shown according to the boundaries of that residential property as recorded in the deed records, and it will also be shown as residential. So if you're ready for a motion, I would make it.
Yes.
Yes, please.
So with that, I would move to confirm that 6 Pleasant Cove is zoned as residential for purposes of the updated zoning map to be adopted with the comprehensive plan, and is designated by the meets and bounds in the deed recorded at volume 91, page 373 of the plat records of Travis County, Texas.
I
We have a
second.
motion. We have a second from Buck. Guys, I just had one comment in that obviously this is something it's critically important for us to get right and to understand where our boundaries exist and where our rights exist, both as individual property owners as well as a municipality. So this kind of ties back into the direction you guys just thoughtfully sent over to Utility Commission with regards to easements and right-of-ways. So similar vein. Thank you very much, Amy, for bringing it to our attention.
I will also just note that I have not verified that volume 91, page 373 is the record that was given to me by the property owners. So that is what is reflected in our council packet.
Okay, well,
I just realized it. So
I'll be honest with you. You probably want to make sure that that's the case, as we don't want to unintentionally cloud somebody's title.
right. So if we want to, if we need to postpone it until we can check that, I literally just thought, oh, I meant to go and check that, but I didn't, because I was trusting the property owners gave me the correct description.
Well, no doubt they did, but I'm not the only one on here with a little bit of title and real estate background.
So I
It
would
could
move
be-
to postpone this action until next month, where we can double check the.
Or can't you just
Oh,
leave
yeah.
it? Can't you just leave it
could-
and have
What?
Are you guys going to make me go on to Travis CAD right now and do a deed reference?
If we can verify it. My apologies.
It's all right. Travis County Clerk's Office. Tell you what,
Why don't we just have council?
why don't we just approve this? Why don't you approve it if you're so inclined to, subject to verification of the deed reference?
Yes.
All right, great. So I would amend my motion to include that it's subject to verification of the deed, specific deed reference.
I take it with a second.
Thank you.
Okay, good. We have a motion and a second. Any additional conversation, council discussion?
I'm so sorry I didn't check that before.
It's okay. We have had on our plate these last few weeks. Wendy,
Hi.
Amy,
Aye.
Buck,
Aye.
Gavin,
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Thank you, guys. Motion carries. And just for clarity's sake, regardless as to what it says on a map, please let the McMahons know that their property is unquestionably their property and zoned residential, regardless as to what one of our inaccurate maps might otherwise suggest. So, for what level of comfort that is. 31, discussion and possible action regarding expectations, 30.
29.
29. God bless. Sorry, I'm just being optimistic. Discussion and possible action on the path forward with the comprehensive plan. Sarah, this is your item. You want to give us some context as to how we put this on here? It doesn't have there are no attachments, so.
No, well, it wasn't on the agenda at all last month, which is why I had put it on last month just to discuss it. And I wanted to make sure that we were discussing it again this month. We've got about 15 other agenda items that discuss the same thing.
That's
so maybe
correct.
we could take a bunch of them up together instead of, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't, kicking this down the road without any action on it, but
Yeah, that's fair. I'll tell you what.
not necessary.
How is this approach? Why don't we leave 29 for now? And if we feel we haven't discussed some point under the other items that are left to discuss, then we can revisit 29. Does that sound fair to you?
Yes.
Great. So then, Amber, Ashley, if you two guys could help me remember that we need to address 29 at some point before we adjourn. We'll call up item 30, discussion and possible action regarding council expectations for Pegasus related to community participation and input in the comprehensive planning process. So we once again have a one sheet submitted by Councilmember Hundley. I'll allow Wendy to provide us with some context and then ask for some action to open up discussion.
Would you mind taking up 30 and 34 together? And maybe 35?
Any objection to that, council? No, good. Fantastic. We're going to bring up 34 as well then. So we'll have action on 30 and 34, discussion and possible action to adjust the scope of services to the Pegasus Comprehensive Planning Contract to include adding a comprehensive plan advisory committee, a more robust community engagement process, and any other addition the city council deems necessary during the public meeting discussion.
And then also
believe-
35,
And sorry,
35 as well, please.
and 35. No objections. Discussion and possible action of the approval of the makeup, duties, appointment, timeline, and swearing in process for a comprehensive plan advisory committee. All right. Those are your three. You have the floor. Give us some context and we'll get motion action. There you go, to start conversation discussion.
Well, I think I brought all of these as separate agenda items. The 31 that we're on first, 30 that we're on first is to really look at the different deliverables that Pegasus has related to community participation in the comprehensive planning process. And then based on that discussion and what we think those deliverables are, there is an agenda item that we could take action on to amend the scope of the agreement if we felt like that adding a comprehensive planning advisory committee is something that the city council wants to do and that it's not covered in the scope of the agreement. I don't know if Pegasus is here to answer these questions. that they would be.
Yeah, I believe we have representatives, at least we did earlier, from Pegasus. So there might be some availability for questions, assuming they're sticking with us on this later hour.
Great. And then 35 would be if after our discussion, we want to move to approve the makeup of the comprehensive plan advisory committee, then we can set it up, and I would propose it be called the strike force because Amber said that to me and I think it's cool. So there's that.
Yeah, I haven't heard of our city having a strike force since I've worked here.
This time now called for strike force. So let's talk about it. So under agenda item number 30, I have the second attachment down is the Pegasus deliverable review. And what I have copied and pasted there is our RFQ for citizen participation. That's what our actual RFQ said. Below that is the Pegasus presentation, and there's a link to the meeting. And it's what they presented to the council that they would be working on our behalf. And then the next page is what is actually in the Pegasus contract. And I'd like to point out on this agenda item that Pegasus comprehensive plan presentation is also on there, as well as the RFQ and the contract if anyone wants to check out those items. So under my second attachment, the citizen participation, on our RFQ, we said we wanted a detailed citizen participation process proposed by the respondent that is patterned after successful experiences the respondent had in prior plans they have prepared. The proposed approach should be very inclusive, incorporate innovative approaches to drawing diverse groups and ideas into the planning process. The respondent will be an integral part of the citizen participation process and will be expected to attend and participate in all meetings. The citizen participation process may involve multiple approaches, including but not limited to leadership interviews, community meetings, use of print and social media, and online communication. And the goals of the citizen participation task are to educate involved parties about the comprehensive plan's role and importance to the community, disseminate information to interested and involved parties, provide effective and efficient mechanisms for gathering public input on various issues, and engage the community and build consensus throughout all phases of the planning. So in their presentation, they told us about a 6-week phase that's focused on obtaining community and stakeholder input, that they would prepare initial presentations, which would include, among other items, the fiscal analysis of the current zoning map code, which I think we did get that fiscal analysis. The phase will also include a heavy focus on educating stakeholders on current fiscal health, having conversations about what this means and how the city will grow to a point of full build out. At that time, we do not know the type of social distancing is going to be in place during this phase, and therefore will be prepared to do all community input sessions via teleconference, which has happened, and through online polling / surveying. And the deliverables would be a PowerPoint presentation, memo to council summarizing the community input, and a financial or fiscal analysis and areas of concern or consideration. And so the next page down in the Pegasus contract, where they have their timeline of the deliverables, they have their phase 1, which was their discovery, work, and planning. And, that's them organizing, uploading the information, kicking off with the staff, reviewing documents, creating a memo to management, adjusting and finalizing the scope and timelines, and I don't know what warranted based on different stakeholder plan is. Phase 2, which is supposed to be the 6-week part of the process, learning, listening, and input. Collaborate with Rollingwood on stakeholder schedule. I believe they had a list of people who were supposed to provide input to this, to the Pegasus group, and they were unable to get a hold of many of them and didn't come back for other participants. Prepare fiscal analysis of current zoning code, which I believe they did. Trip to Planning Commission workshop and additional staff meetings. I know we had a workshop with this Planning and Zoning Commission and also the City Council, which was part of that phase 2, I guess, initial learning, listening, and input. And then mobilize for conduct electronic survey. Maybe did they meet with Planning and Zoning before the survey? Or is this out of order? I'm not sure. Then next would be community-wide discussions in person or virtual, depending on social distancing, community-wide discussions, supplemental telephone interviews as needed, and then phase 2 memo to client. So I think we're still in the scope of phase 2, and that's where I'm wondering whether or not this additional community input could come in to the scope of our contract now, and if this advisory strike force could be a part of that process that they could incorporate without having to change the scope of our contract with them. That's my kind of look into where we are and trying to understand it. Any other comments on that? Any thoughts? Is Pegasus here wanting to weigh in on it?
Sean let me know that I believe he.
Yes.
You're here, Sean?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. I listened to all that. So I think to answer your question, Wendy, we probably are in the mid to end phase of phase 2, even though we completed that memo. The Planning Commission, we have not met with the Planning Commission. We were planning on meeting with them in August, and but our schedule was just delayed for a couple of reasons. But that's about where we are.
Great. Thanks,
So,
Sean.
What
So-
other
so- so good.
what other citizen communications? I saw one survey that came out before the workshop that was put together for the City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission, which is the only workshop at all that we've had, the only meeting that we've had on this at all, which should have been in that listening and learning part of our scope, but that the community seemed to believe was an actual plan that was being presented for the comprehensive planning process. And so I don't know that the scope of a comprehensive public participation process in this has been fulfilled, and I'm wondering whether or not y'all will work on that, because I think right now our community is upset because that survey was insufficient to give the feedback of our community, is the feeling that I have received from many residents. And then it also really did not, when the survey went out, it didn't seem to match up with the deliverable of that actual meeting that we had, where we got the physical analysis. And so I think it caused a lot of confusion amongst our community members and a lot of stress for people who live in that area. And we have a lot of people who have really gotten involved because I think that we maybe haven't had enough participation. So I wanted to find out if we're on track for getting some more community participation, whether or not we need to change the scope of the agreement, or if we're not, what is our path forward?
I think those are all really good questions, Wendy, and from everything that I've gathered from my conversations with your city manager and mayor and others, I think there's definitely a lot of confusion and concern and anxiety in the city. And like you, I'm really looking forward to just kind of getting this project back on track and frankly started. We were really just in the beginning phase of this project, and just illustrating simply what your existing zoning fiscal impacts were. We made some mistakes in how we labeled some of those scenarios. Those are not scenarios we're recommending. That was never a plan that we were presenting. And I'm very sorry that I caused that confusion. So I think, the public input strategies that we had, excuse me, presented to the city and had approved before we got moving forward. We were executing on all those. We weren't able to meet with all of the folks, obviously in person. We interviewed, I would say, about 60% of the folks whose names were identified for us. I think a lot of your former mayors, for example, and others on various commissions. However, I think, Wendy, some of your ideas of expanding some of the public strategies, public input strategies, is a really good one. And so I'm looking forward to kind of working with you guys and how to go about doing that.
Great.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear, that it would still be within the scope of what y'all are willing to do and able to do it with our current contract.
Well, it might be, I don't know exactly what you're going to be proposing. It might be additional meetings and all that sort of thing, but I think that's something that we can work out.
Great. Well, I'll tell you what, let's figure out what we're proposing, and then we'll see if it's within scope.
So I'm going to move on then just to talk about the idea of the strike force, which would be agenda item number 35 that we pulled up with this agenda item. And I have had the opportunity to speak with several different residents who have been, really voices for the community and trying to make sure that people know what's going on, who've been concerned about our public communication. And so I've refined a proposal for what a strike force would look like based on how other cities have done it and what feedback I've gotten from some of the people that I've talked through with this in the community. And so if you look up under agenda item number 35, under Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee will be composed of 13 members. I did not name that very well. It should have been strike force. But if you look at, I'll describe what I am proposing that a strike force may look like. This is a starting point for the city council. It is by no means done. It's not, it can always be modified or changed. I just wanted to make sure that if this was something the city council wanted to do, that we had a starting point about what it would look like. So I would propose that the strike force would be composed of 13 members. 8 of the members must be approved by a majority on the council, and the other 5 would each be picked by a council member and would be individually appointed without a council vote. The 9 members requiring council approval will represent position 1, which would be a committee chair, which is the mayor appointment, but subject to council approval. I had offered that to Mayor Dyson when I ran this by him, that I thought it would be good if we could have a former mayor chairing this committee who was familiar with running a city and running meetings efficiently. So I believe he has reached out to somebody in that capacity. Position 2 would be Planning and Zoning Commission, and they would be the chair pro tem. I just made that up because, need one in case the chair is gone. Position 3 would be from the Park Commission. We do have the Park Master Plan as part of the comprehensive plan, one of our strings on our balloon that we're trying to tie all together. Position 4 would be the Utility Commission. I think through all the discussion tonight, we all understand how the utility infrastructure is tied in with our comprehensive plan and budgeting. Position 5 would be the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation. RCDC is a 4B corporation that collects sales tax to help with economic development. So clearly something we want on a comprehensive plan. Position 6 would be the Board of Adjustment, somebody from that group who would understand all of our zoning and rules associated with our Code of Ordinances. Position 7 would be a Westlake Chamber of Commerce at-large member, and position 8 would be an Eanes ISD School Board member at-large. And then, consistent with Rolling Woods' commitment to transparency, all Strikeforce members would be sworn in and take Open Meetings Act training. All members would abide by the Open Meetings Act, and then the Strikeforce meetings would be open to observers. All the Strikeforce members' qualifications, they would need to be city residents, which is consistent with our code, except for the at-large 2 members from the Chamber of Commerce and the Eanes ISD School Board. The appointment process, the current board and commission members may apply. I left that as an application in case there are more than one members of the board and commission who want to apply, then we can choose based on the applications to appoint. And I thought it may be difficult to have all the boards and commissions meet and appoint somebody in a timely manner. So this might, and if more than one apply, we can let them know that there's 2 applications and then possibly work it out that way. And the online board and committee application, which I have a spelling error there. Sarah's not online, so I'm okay. The online board and committee application will form, we have it online, we'll just add a checkbox for the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Strikeforce. So we already have the form available online. As far as the proposed timeline, and committee meetings, this is all really subject to change, and I think it would be something that we would want the chair of the committee and the committee to work out. But I wanted to have some parameters around it. But I would say that the Strikeforce is a time-specific, project-specific group charged with providing community perspective and insights on the policies and priorities embodied in the drafts of comprehensive plan. And they're anticipated to convene beginning October 2020 and ending March 2021. But that would also be subject to when we're actually looking at ending or adopting the final comprehensive plan. So it's really subject to change. I'm just throwing some things in here to have discussion around. The time frame would absolutely be subject to change. Call for applications would actually open up tomorrow if we adopt this. Deadline for applications would close on October 1st. And then the selection of representatives would be on October 2nd at a specially called city council meeting just to get this moving. The proposed committee meetings, I had proposed that they would meet twice a month, once before the P&Z meeting and then once before the council meeting, so that they could meet and then submit a report to P&Z and then to council. Although November and December, obviously it's holidays and we may not have meetings of P&Z. So some of those may just be off the table. We may not want them, they may not want to meet in November and December at all. So again, just laying out some options there. The authority is the city council still maintains the decision-making authority on the comprehensive plan, but the input from the community-based Strikeforce will be sought to ensure that the range of perspectives reflecting the community are factored into the city's long-term vision and implementation priorities. And then the duties would be a designated contact group for the consultants, like a sounding board, provide recommendations on public engagement process and future surveys, assist with identifications of issues and needs, read, review, and provide recommendations as to the strategic direction of the plan, assist with priority setting, final plan recommendation, identify values over policies. Again, these are all things that can be adjusted, but some ideas have thrown out there. And ultimately, the Strikeforce deliverables would be the chair would report on the rationale of the majority viewpoint and then any votes that happen within the meeting, and that a minority viewpoint can still provide a report if desired. It will just be incumbent on them to do so. So that is kind of how I have laid it out for consideration. And it is now up to council to see if that is even a direction that y'all want to go in.
I appreciate you putting this together, Wendy. Very, very thoughtful.
I have asked Ryan Clinton to be my designee, by the way. So he has agreed to if we do adopt this.
And yeah, I followed your lead as well, and asked Tom Farrell if this were to be adopted to serve as the committee chair. And he also said his schedule would allow. So
Well, that's no fair. Y'all have already gotten a jump on the appointees.
Open Meetings Act.
I figure it looks a little like picking a team in junior high.
Yeah. So my only question or comment would be on that position 8 for the EISD school board member. Have you, they kind of have a full plate right now. Have
I
you talked
actually reached out to a school board member, and he ran it by legal to make sure that there were no conflicts, and has agreed to be a strike forcer. I did offer a T-shirt because I saw that they sell strike force T-shirts, but I don't think that's why he did it. I think he wants to help.
Okay.
John Havenstrike, by the way.
Oh, good. I like John.
Yeah.
I know John.
There you go.
Who is that?
Good. That was Sean Garrison. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Good. Okay. Well, council, we have a really thoughtful proposal in front of us. I guess to kind of stick true to this and see if we have some action or a motion to open up for discussion on this item, and go from there.
I would move to approve the makeup duty appointment timeline and swearing in process for a comprehensive plan advisory committee. And I have my one sheet up where I can make any changes that y'all want. I mean, not my one sheet, my draft document.
Got it. We have a motion, council. Do we have a second? Open up discussion. We have a second from Amy. That'll be enough to open up discussion. Who's up first? Any discussion? Sarah, you got your hand up?
You're muted, I think, here.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I think this is a good setup. I like the idea of having a variety of people involved in the process. I'm not quite sure I'm on board with the Chamber of Commerce or the school board member, because the Chamber of Commerce is, maybe I'm not fully aware of our participation in the Chamber of Commerce, but it is the Westlake Chamber of Commerce, right? So I don't know how much they would really have to contribute. Are you on the Chamber of Commerce?
No, but I do have some very strong feelings on the nomenclature of the chamber. And I have frequently asked them to consider renaming. That said, they reached out to us a while back, and I don't know if you recall, but just as a matter of refresher, they offered the city of Rollingwood an ex officio position on their board, and right now we have Amy Patillo in that position. She's doing a wonderful job, and since doing that, what we've been able to do is provide a level of voice with a Rollingwood's voice in the chamber. So we do have input there, and we do have a number of our businesses, which may be imperfect because it's more tenant related than it is actual commercial property ownership related, but for what it is worth, I do think the chamber has a decent interest in the city of Rollingwood, despite the fact that their name obviously has some flaws where it regards our community.
Okay.
Not that there's anything wrong with Westlake, just
Well,
if
yeah,
they want
that
to do
and
banks, fantastic, or Queens chamber, that would be good too. So.
yeah. Well, and the school board, if we're not talking about doubling the number of homes in Rollingwood, we don't really have much of an impact on the schools And so I don't know, how that would really,
Well, for the sake of
provide much
clarity, I don't
benefit
think
to us.
anyone is talking, I'm confident, no one is talking about doubling or tripling populations in our city.
Right. So I'm not sure what the impact on the school district would be, other than the tax base, which,
No.
I'm not sure we're going to worry about the impact on their tax base.
In state code, in some instances, when we change zoning within our city, we are required to notify the school district because it does impact their taxes. I thought it might be just a good voice to have. There have been committees like this in the past that have been formed in Rollingwood to solve complex issues, and I noticed that they actually had a wider community of members involved in that group, and so I tried to find a way to incorporate that wider community voice in our comprehensive planning strike force. And so if it's not something that the council wants on there, if that's not a voice that they want to hear, again, I'm willing to update this document and modify it. I personally think I drafted it, so I'm a little biased. I do think that it might be helpful to just have those voices in the conversation. I think the representation that we have on the strike force is coming from residential, and we do have residential property owners, and we also have commercial property owners. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were representing everybody.
I think you can get input from them without having them on the task force also. So, that's also an option. And then we could have 2 additional kind of at-large members from the community.
I do think it's important for us to probably heavily weight this towards residential and our residents. And I mean really heavily weighted towards those of us that live here. But I do think we probably owe a level of care to other stakeholders, right? So that stakeholders in our community, all stakeholders, even if they don't necessarily lay their heads down in Rollingwood, at least have some voice at the table. I think not doing that runs the risk of disenfranchising or at least silencing some potential interesting viewpoints. And what I would really hate to see is a repeat of kind of the flub that we saw and I took ownership of coming out of this gate, right? So I'd really hate for us to get down the line and for some folks that felt they probably rightly deserved some kind of voice in this process didn't have one. So from that standpoint, I would encourage a level of I guess diversity of voice across that, and then of course, as I say, pretty heavily weighted towards our residents. I think that's without question the right way to proceed.
This way, it'd be 11 residents and then 2 at large. So,
yeah.
And then
I agree with Mike on this. If we're going to replace the chamber and the Eames ISD spot, I would open it up to anyone who's a commercial property owner or tenant in our commercial district to apply. Because our comprehensive plan isn't just a residential plan. And I think it's important to make sure that we have other voices represented as well from our commercial district. And we will very clearly have a heavily weighted number of residents there.
do Gavin and Buck check out? Did they go to sleep?
I'm here. You just can't see. I'm hiding from you.
Uh-oh.
He's not supposed to see him in his pajamas.
Yeah, there you go.
Do we have additional discussion? This is good discussion. I'm assuming this is exactly why the public has stuck with us this late hour. They want to know. They want to know what we're thinking. They want to be assured that we're following up on what we stated last month which was a commitment. I heard a commitment from everybody on this dais to making sure that this was a community-driven plan. It was obviously a very thoughtful foot forward, and I appreciate the amount of time that it obviously Wendy invested in this, putting it forward. Do we have additional discussion, council? Do we have maybe some hands raised from the public? I think this is probably a decent one to weigh in on. I am going to ask again. Let's keep these comments 3 minutes on the high side. And if you guys really wanted to wrap it up in 45 seconds, I don't think any of us would argue with it. But this is a good time for you to discuss. And then obviously, if you're not interested or want to really kind of take this in going forward, and there's email and other ways to communicate with us. So that said, do we have hands raised? Amber, Ashley, did you guys fall asleep on us?
We do. No, we haven't. We haven't. And I'll just mention Buck was kicked out and joined back in. So I just had to add him as a panelist.
Okay.
Ryan Clinton has his hand raised.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Ryan. Thanks for sticking with us so late, bud.
Sure.
3 minutes.
I actually just want to say thank you to each of you. I've spent, frankly, a good amount of time with, I think, almost every single one of you, and you guys have been very generous with your time, speaking to me about the viewpoint of a lot of folks in the community. And I want to thank Councilmember Hundley for putting so much thought into this. So I don't really have a huge position on the particular proposal. I do, obviously, and it's been my position from the start that we need more community input. But the main thing I just wanted to say was thank you to all of you. It means a great deal to me and to the other members of the community that we kind of took a step back and said, we need to make this citizen driven, and just greatly appreciate your time and effort in making that happen.
Yeah, man, absolutely. We're not the only one putting in time. You and a number of other community members have been. It's all better when we're doing it together. So, thank you. Anybody else, Amber, have their hand raised? We can get some additional feedback.
No, not at this second.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, if that changes, if you wouldn't mind giving us a heads up. In the meantime, Council, we do have a motion and a second. Do we have further discussion on the dais?
How do you, Buck and Gavin, feel about positions 7 and 8? Sorry.
I'm not. Go ahead, Buck. I'm sorry.
No, you can go first. It doesn't matter. Position 7. Well, it's like it probably makes sense to have either the chamber on there or some business owners. As far as the school board goes, I'm not real fond of them right now, so I don't really care for any of them to be on there.
Let's get our collective sense of humor back. Everybody mad at the
I won't
school?
really tell you how I feel, but I'm pretty sure they already know how I feel.
Well, again, diversity of voice. I had a gentleman tell me we're not going to close our ears just because we don't know the message. So maybe that in and of itself is a good reason to have a school board member on there for a.
I just honestly, I don't know what benefit they would bring to it, but that's just me.
That's fair.
I would say that I do see some benefit to the school board member, but right now with 13 members and only one really representing the business community, if we wanted to replace that with another basically at-large person who owns commercial property, or I would be fine with that.
I think it would be more important to have a resident on there than a school board member, but that's just me.
Okay, let's take an informal poll here, like Gavin does for budget season. I'm gonna say position 7 for Chamber of Commerce, thumbs up. Amy? Sarah? Thumbs down.
Down. Gavin?
Okay.
Thumbs up. Up.
Um,
Up. Okay. Position 8 for Eaton's ISD school board member, I'll say thumbs up. Amy? You're muted.
Sorry, you're muted.
Thumbs down. Sarah? Down.
Down.
Gavin? Down.
Down.
Buck?
I think we know where Buck is.
winner, chicken dinner.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, I appreciate John's willingness. Good thought.
John would have been a great voice for this, and he was willing to do it, and I appreciate his willingness to. I told him that it wasn't approved by council, so he'll understand how that goes. He's in the middle of and a lot of board discussions himself with this.
He may say thank you at the end of the day.
And he's a great guy, and the school board members are wonderful, hardworking people. I just want to say I love them all, even if Beth doesn't right now. He may.
In that regard, then guys.
Wait, I did put this at 13 members, so we'd have an odd number. So position 8, do we want to have it be a member of our commercial district or a resident? So I'll take a vote. Amy, commercial or resident? There's nothing.
I'm saying commercial.
Okay, Sarah?
I'd say residential.
Gavin?
Well, you have 5 appointees, right?
We have 8.
Everyone else.
We have 8
residents.
Yeah, everyone else on it is residential, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'll go commercial.
And then Buck?
Residential.
So we have, Amy was commercial, Sarah is residential, Gavin is residential, Buck is residential. What?
Gavin was commercial.
Gavin was commercial. And then,
Sue, you're the tiebreaker.
oh, nice.
Lonely at the top time.
In the tie, I think the mayor votes.
Oh no! No. You get this distinct honor.
I think I'm going to vote commercial because we have the majority is residential, and so I think a commercial Westlake Commerce Chamber and one of our commercial property owners is appropriate. So we'll put that position 8 as a commercial property owner.
If nothing else, I think your composition, and I understand the consternation of this, especially as a resident myself, right? But I think that kind of composition ends up getting you a little bit closer to beyond reproach.
Yeah, and
So-
it may be somebody that kills 2 birds in 1 stone. Does Wong still own that one building, or did he sell it?
It's a great point, Gavin. Great point.
There's multiple people. Gary Keller, I believe, owns property in the commercial corridor and is a resident.
Yeah.
There may be others that I'm not aware of, but it's very possible we would have someone that would represent both.
I would say for all of the 9 members, the 8 members, position 1 through 8, I have put up there that it would be subject to council approval. So I would say the chair is an appointment that he gets to appoint is subject to the council approval, and he's asked Tom Farrell, I believe you said he had agreed. Then so position 2 through 8, I say we have the application open on the city website so that the boards and commission members may apply, and that Westlake Chamber of Commerce and a commercial property owner can apply. And then if we receive more than one application for a position, then the council will make that determination. Does that sound fair?
It does.
We fill all the positions. If not, we'll come back and adjust.
Do we want to have everybody that's interested turn in an application? Because that way then we have a pool for the council member appointees also?
Sure.
And so
Yeah,
that way we can all look and see who's interested.
Yeah, and then Ashley and Amber, when you receive an application, can you just immediately forward it out to the council so we'll know as soon as one comes in?
We will.
Great.
And just in case Roxanne is watching, I think it would be great, Roxanne, as most recent mayor, to throw your hat in the ring. If we could encourage you to get back into a little public service at some point. So, oh man, did anybody else see that notice?
Yep. We're about
Okay.
to time out.
Oh my goodness.
Motion. So right now I have that I've changed position 8 to commercial property owner. Are there any other changes anyone else would like in this document? No. All right. So if everyone's good with it, I have a motion and Amy seconded it so we can vote on it.
No other discussion. I'll go ahead and ask for the vote. 1, 2, 3. Wendy?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Gavin?
Aye.
Buck?
Aye.
Great. So the motion carries. We now have a strike force. Wendy, man, hats off to you, seriously, for this work. It was exceptionally thoughtful. And council, I appreciate you taking the time and thought here. And thanks to the public for making sure they help us get it right. So,
Can I say
okay.
Amber Lewis was
Oh,
the
man.
one that actually gave me the idea of the name for Strike Force because she had heard it. She had always wanted to name something Strike Force, and I thought it was so cool. I was like, I'm changing it all now. So I'm really excited we have a Strike Force. I think it's really cool that that's the name of it. And I might be getting
I'm very happy to see how a lot of minds came together for this. A lot of efforts came together for this, both on the residential side and the staff side. I'm looking forward to getting this process started tomorrow. Right. So I think that's a really good way to approach it. I heard Sean mention that earlier, and I believe Wendy, you did as well. We're just
Amber,
gonna go ahead. We're just gonna go ahead. It starts on Thursday.
Can they, since the application process is opening and we're going to take applications from all residents, I will send the finalized version to you, Amber and Ashley. Would you send that out to the community? I think everybody just needs to know right now that we want community input and this is what's happening. Is that it?
Sure. Sure. Would you like us to send out a slip reach to notify that we're taking applications for positions?
Is the council okay with
Yeah.
that?
On the strike force?
Yeah, Strike Force.
I think you put it there. I think drop it out to our community specifically through the agency. Post in Nextdoor. If you could also put it on our social channels and probably even figure out a way to put it on our website. Let's make this as easy for folks to as we possibly can.
Ryan Clinton, if you could put your hand up, if you'll send it out with your email list, we'd appreciate that. I think.
Yeah, great point.
I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
You bet.
All right, guys. This late hour is getting later. We have 3 agenda items that we have pulled up and we've worked through. How are we feeling? Or did we three or four, actually, three. Wendy and council, do we feel that we have sufficiently addressed the three items, items 30, 34, and 35? Are we ready to move?
I feel like
33.
I'm sorry, say that.
We need to make sure we hit 33 because that's the one that has to amend the ordinance to allow the dual service.
We will, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we haven't called up 33 yet.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
we need to sign out of this meeting and then join. There's another link to another IP video talk meeting in your agenda. We need to rejoin that meeting.
Okay.
Okay. I'll tell you what, there are still a fair amount of participants in this. Is that right? Let's see.
There are. Yes,
Sure.
everybody, if you could go to the agenda that's on our website, and we'll give everybody a few minutes to get logged back in with the new meeting ID.
Yeah. And just so that everyone understands why we're having to do this, we only get so many hours, 6 actually, on this IP talk video without having to reset the room. So we'll give everybody an opportunity to jump back in, and then we will restart discussions.
Okay. Hey, Amber, where is it on ours? Is it in our invitation?
It's
Yes.
Ashley thoughtfully termed it after party.
Okay, tell me quick. You got 10 seconds.
It's only in the PDF version, right? We don't see it in the HTML version.
Yes, PDF version of the agenda.
And it's the second link down in the third paragraph of the PDF version. I'm going to read it out. https://meetings, meetings.ip video talk, and that's ipvideotalk.com/1841168887. So the meeting ID again is 184116887.